Hello, YouTube. Hope you can hear me okay. It's Bill Whittle here with the special content warning Stratosphere Lounge. Let's do our regular thing here and bring in our Twitch crowd, start that recording. Yeah, had a real interesting day, and there's no way to tell it without that, so it's just not normal content for the show. So hang on one second, we'll get this thing rolling here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Stratosphere Lounge. I'm your host, Bill Whittle, with this special Christmas edition content warning program. I just in this very second in real time realized this will be the closest show to Christmas of 2024. We're recording this on December 21st. And we've got the big content warnings up all over the place because I had something happen to me yesterday that was one of the most remarkable things that I've ever had happen to me ever. And it's got a lot to do with a lot of things I've talked about before, but there's just no way for me to tell this story without explaining it and telling it in real time, which means we're going to have more F-bombs in this episode than we have had in the entire 380 some history of the show, which usually contains no F-bombs. I think probably 4 or 5 shows. There's just no other way to do it. So if you're watching live and that kind of thing upsets you, then we'll be done with this probably half an hour. I'll put the warning on the recorded version, and I'll probably delete the YouTube version. Well, we'll see. So anyway, yeah. So what possibly could have happened? Well, I don't even know where to start, so probably the best thing to do would be to just sort of kind of tell you, not even so much as it happened. So yesterday I got home, and I met my beautiful wife at the door, and I said, honey, I think I have just had, if not the strangest thing I've ever had happen to me, it's up there. And then I thought about it some more. I thought, no, I don't think I've ever had anything actually stranger than this. Now let me start with a couple of caveats here. First of all, this true tale of adventure that you're about to hear is, by most people's standards, not terribly, death-defying. But it was interesting for a number of reasons. And I'll say this at the beginning too, because I want to talk about this, because it's not so much what happened as what I learned from it, and how it reaffirmed a lot of the things that I've been talking about over the years. So let me just start by saying this before you start hearing all the tough talk and all the stuff that I'm going to tell you is precisely how things happen. So some people will get this and some people won't. The thing that I am most afraid of in life is I'm afraid of being a coward. I'm afraid of being a coward when it counts. I'm especially afraid of it because I talk a lot about courage. I talk a lot about standing up to bullies and all the rest of it. And I constantly worry that if I get myself into a really tight situation, and I've been in a few, so that was encouraging. I'm just afraid that I will chicken out, when it's time to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. So I say that in advance, not because I'm trying to show off here, only because it didn't even occur to me. Looking back on it, there's so much to process. Looking back, again, it may not sound like a real big deal, it was to me, but looking back on it, I realized that there was not an instant when I was scared or worried. Not worried. There wasn't. I did not feel afraid at all. I felt exactly the same way as I felt during these engine failures that I've had in an airplane and a couple of other emergencies that I've been in. I wasn't afraid, but I was. Let's just say that this guy had my undivided attention. And so it was when this whole thing was over, and it wasn't this super huge deal, but when it was over, I felt almost like this kind of a high, just like I had not disappointed myself, So let me just tell you what happened. I live in a very nice neighborhood where we rent. It's a strictly upper middle class neighborhood. It's not very fancy. It's just a very very unique place in Los Angeles County because it is just so much like Main Street America, just so suburban. Natasha and I will often go out for a walk at 1 or 2 in the morning without the slightest concern, leave the door unlocked to go to the to the stores, or when we're going for a walk. And I don't leave the door unlocked most of the time. I'm not an idiot, but that kind of place, right? So I've always felt completely safe and secure in this neighborhood, and I still do. But it's important to understand where I was with this, because if this had happened to me downtown, or even if it had happened to me a block away, 2 blocks away at the parking lot in the pharmacy, I probably would have had a different reaction to this. So here's what happened. I've been listening to a lot of and watching a lot of these body cam videos, as you know. And I usually tee one up when I leave the studio and I drive home. It's a 3.5 mile drive. It usually takes me about 10 minutes or so. And that's what I did late yesterday afternoon. This would be about 4 o'clock, I want to say. So it was not sunset, but it was late in the day. And it was, well, I almost said it was raining, but by California standards, it was raining. For the rest of you, it was, just a spritz. And so as usual, when I left the studio, I teed up another one of these YouTube body cam videos. And as I got close to the house, I realized there was about 3 minutes left in this video. And I've done this a couple times. So as I'm one cross street away from my house. My house is 100 yards away. I'm not on my street. I'm on the cross street. And what I did was I decided, you know what? I've got about 3 minutes left to go. I don't want to just go sit in my parkway and have Natasha wonder what the hell I'm doing out in the car for 3 minutes. I want to see the end of this thing. She doesn't like them. She doesn't like watching them. I don't blame her. So I just said, okay, I'll just pull over to the side here and I'll just finish watching this video. 2-3 minutes and I'll just go home. She knows I'm on my way and no problem. And as I'm pulling over, I'm looking forward. There's just a guy, just like a regular guy, looked like a regular guy in our neighborhood. And he's just walking in the neighborhood like a lot of people do in our neighborhood. So I'm sitting here and I'm looking at these people resisting arrest and getting tased and shocked and amazed. I want to, you can't arrest me, but it turns out you can. And I'm in the middle of all this stuff. No, I'm not driving. This is why I pulled over. David Goody says, you're not watching videos while driving. No, I'm listening to them when I'm driving. But this one was particularly interesting. So just before I got home, I realized 3 minutes left in this thing. I'm going to pull over where Natasha can't see the car, only because I don't want her to think there's something wrong. I'm just going to watch the final 3 minutes because I don't want to sit in my driveway for 3 minutes with my wife inside thinking, what the hell is my husband doing out in the car? So I am sitting there and I'm watching this video, and then the next thing I know, there's this one single real loud like that, like a rap. And I look up, and this guy who'd been walking my way, young single male, had banged on the hood of my car hard. Not hard enough to make a dent, not like, but loud. So obviously all this stuff happened in real time, and I'm just reliving what was going on in my mind. But I'm looking at this guy, I look up, and at first I'm like really surprised, and I realize, now he's banging on my car. No question he's banging on my car, and he's looking at me. So immediately I just take the guy in. I'm not thinking this, is just what's going on through my mind. So I'm looking at this guy, and it turns out that he's pretty well dressed guy. He's wearing like a light jacket, white jacket, like blue pants. So he's not all dressed up in like super threatening clothes or anything. He appears to be either Mexican or Puerto Rican, one of those swarthy people. But he's very well groomed, and he's got kind of a beard thing that's really well trimmed. He looked like he belonged in our neighborhood. He looked like he was, a reasonably upscale guy, upper middle class guy, and he bangs on my car hood like aggressively. He walks up to my window, which is up, and I said, yes? And he said, what are you doing here? And I said, what? He said, what are you doing here? And at this point, I rolled down the window. And I said, this is as I remember, now he's he's not a huge guy, but Camaro sits low. It's like riding around on a skateboard, only it's slower. So I'm looking out the window at this guy, and he's just looking down at me. He's, like I say, well, he's got like a wide kind of a lip clip kind of thing. But he's got a real aggressive attitude. He says, "Why are you sitting here? What are you doing?" And I said, "It's none of your fucking business what I'm doing. I'm in my car. I'm parked legally on the side of the road. Who the fuck do you think you are? What am I doing?" He says, "I want to know why you're sitting here. Why are you sitting here on this property? Why aren't you on your own property, which is right down the street, on your own private property?" Now that got my attention, because that's telling me that the guy has at least been in the neighborhood long enough to know where my car is parked, because I'm not coming from my driveway. He's obviously either lives in the neighborhood or has been around long enough to know that my car usually is parked about, I don't know, 5-6 houses down on the other side of the corner that I'm on. So he says, "No, why are you here and not on your own property?" I said, "Dude, who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are? It's none of your goddamn business why I'm sitting in my car parked here. I'm parked on the street. I'm not blocking any driveways. I'm on public property." He says, "Yeah, but you're on somebody's property." I said, "I'm on public property. I'm on the street. The street is public property." "Well, I still want to know what you're doing here and not in your own driveway." I said, "Look, man, you keep this attitude up and we're going to have some very, very serious fucking problems. Just right now, just the two of us. If you think I'm going to sit here and put up with this bullshit, you're out of mind. Who the fuck do you think you are?" So he says, "Well, you're out here in the middle of the street, and I want to know why." He's not hesitating. He's he's just absolutely cool. He's not amped. He's not high. He's not out of control. He's just aggressive, but very, very aggro, but controlled. So after the fact, I realized that I'm sitting there in this car. I'm in park. I'm legally parked. Engine's running. He didn't drop any F-bombs. I dropped all the F-bombs because I was so fucking pissed off. And I realized afterwards, it's like, okay, so I'm checking this guy out. He's got his hands kind of in his jacket pockets. So I'm thinking, that's not good. Got my hand on the stick shift. I got my foot on the brake. And I'm thinking, if I see this guy move his hands at all, he's up here. I can't do jack. I can't get out of the car. If he starts to move anything like his hands, I am throwing this baby into drive, and I am going. I've already determined what the car setting and the wheel's going to be. I'm just going to haul ass out of there. I'm going to keep my head down. I'm going to wait 5-10 seconds to steer with peripheral vision, and then I'll, if he can hit me after that, then he probably deserves it. He didn't hit my car. He confronted me. He didn't accidentally hit my car. Walked up to my car, bam, like this. "What are you doing here?" So I'm looking at this guy. I'm just staring him down. He's looking at me. And he says something to the effect of, "Well, you can't just be sitting out here in the middle of a public road like this." And I said, "Well, you're sitting here in the middle of a fucking public road like this. What the fuck are you doing here? Why aren't you on your private property?" He says, "I'm on the street. I can go anywhere I want to." I said, "Well, there's your fucking answer then, isn't it? Right there's your fucking answer. Now fuck off." Now, at this point, the guy gives me this real steely-eyed look, He's not giving away anything. He's just staring at me. And I say, and he says, he waits a long time. And he says, "You're not from California, are you?" And something in the back of my head instantly, I said, "No, I'm not from fucking California." He said, "Chicago, I'm guessing." So I'm not from fucking Chicago, Michigan, Nebraska. Look, dude, who the fuck are you and what are you doing? Seriously, what the fuck are you doing? I'm not from Chicago. I'm not from the Midwest. Not from any of those places. Where are you from? I said, "Well, I was born in New York." It said, New York. He says, "I'm from New York too." And he says, and then he extends his hand and he says, "I'm Kyle." And I said, "I'm not shaking your fucking hand. I don't know jack shit about you. I know nothing the fuck about you." He says, "Okay, don't worry. But I knew you weren't from around here." And then I said, "Okay, now for the first time, I'm not just pissed off. Now I'm pissed off and interested. What made you think that I wasn't from around here?" And he said, "Because everybody else around here is just, all the men around here, they're just a bunch of pussies." And I said, "Well, you're right about that." And he said, yeah, man, you're from New York. I said, no, I just born there. No, you're from New York. You're from New York. No, it's like New York. He said, New York is, they call it the concrete jungle. You know what I call this place? I said, what? He said, I call it the plastic jungle. I said, well, you're right about that too. And then he still like got his hand out. And somehow somewhere along the line, it's just like, it was like the second he said, you're not from here, the whole thing just changed. And this is why this is such a fascinating story to me, because I talk a lot about things like RK and wolves, and when wolves show their throat, and how the second there's like a submission thing, then it's just turned off. And so the guy said, so I said, I don't actually really remember much about how it, what, but he still had his hand out. So I said, so I shook his hand. I said, okay, I'm Bill. He said, okay, good to meet you, Bill. And I said, yeah, all right, well, don't do that again. Leave me the fuck alone, and nice meeting you. And he said, yeah, have a good day, brother. And he keeps walking. And just as he's walking, this just came out of my mouth. I said, so, by the way, Kyle, I guess if this neighborhood goes to shit, and things start catching fire, I guess I know who I can count on. He said, yeah, me too. He just walked away. That was it. And that was that. So I sat there for a second, and then I went home, and then I went in and told Natasha about all of this. And I started to decode this thing. And when he was talking about the language in Deadwood, which is my favorite show of all time, I forget what the writer's name is now, Michael something, I think. He was asked, did people really use the language, like the language I just used? And he said, no, they didn't use that language, but they used almost the end of the content warning. You never know. I'm going to probably have a relapse here a moment or two. But he said, but they did use the hardest language they had. And he said, we couldn't have people saying damn and bastard like it was the worst thing they said, so we just ramped it up. Yeah, Michael Scott, whatever his name was. He said, but basically, and this is the point I'm trying to make, he said, basically, Deadwood was such a violent and lawless place that they used their language as a defense. And that use of that language was their way of telling people, don't fuck with me. So content warning still continues, right? So I'm sitting back trying to, decode this stuff, because this is like, to say it's unusual for our neighborhood, our 4th of July parades, just everybody just gets together. Everybody says hi, shakes hands, and we just walk around the neighborhood together. It's that kind of place. This is the first conflict that I've had in 50 years. And I'm decoding this thing, and I'm trying to figure it out. And immediately after it's over, and I'm saying to Natasha, I don't know what to say, honey, other than the fact that I feel like I passed some kind of test. No, the Camaro wasn't damaged, because if the Camaro was damaged, he would have been damaged. You think I look, but no, he didn't damage the car, but it wasn't like a tap 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 either. It was a bam. And the second that guy hit that car with that intent and came up with that real aggro attitude and asked me what I was doing there, I didn't mentally think, now I will employ language as a defense. No, it's just like, the guy really, 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 really pissed me off. Really, 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 really pissed me off. And after it was all over, I thought a bunch of things, like, well, what if he'd had a gun? What if he was crazy? I was thinking, well, you were prepared for that too, kind of, What was going on, man? What was really happening there? And I think what was happening there is that this guy, I'm not trying to glorify the guy, he's being a complete dick. John Condon says you met a bully, Bill. Yes, I did, and this is why I wanted to talk about this, because I've talked about bullies. a lot. And this is why this was so interesting to me. I think this guy was from a much tougher neighborhood. I think he moved here probably with his wife or girlfriend or whatever. I think he's walking through this lovely little neighborhood, this suburban neighborhood in Sherman Oaks, and meets all these California guys and these families and all the rest of it. And I think he's just disgusted with them. I'm not disgusted with my neighbors. I like my neighbors a lot. But there's so much in this that just interests me. Like when he said, and the content warning is going to continue for. I said, "You're not from California, are?" I said, "No, fuck no, I'm not from California." That was like a reflex, you know. It's like a reflex, and it was a reflex because I guess on some level I shared his contempt for this whole kind of California, you know, tofu-y kind of beta male sort of, you know, thing. And then I started thinking, well, what would I have done if I'd been one of these California guys that he's talking about? Because I didn't think it over. When he slammed that hood down, I said, who the hell are you? And he said, "What are you doing here?" And I didn't roll the window up. I rolled the window down. And I thought, if I'd been afraid, I certainly never would have rolled the window down. I probably would have either just said, "Hey man, leave me alone," or driven off or something. I wasn't in the mood to take this bullshit, you know? I wasn't in the mood for it. I've had enough of it. I'm tired of it. I'm seeing all this lawlessness and all of this, you know, just this violence and this intimidation out there, and I've just had enough. And I wasn't in the mood for it. So I just went back at the guy, and looking back on it, I realized he is testing me, and he's testing me in the way that bullies test people. And I've been talking all these years about the bully response and how all you have to do is stand up to them and they'll not only go away. The only time I've ever had an experience that was even like this, I've told the story 100 times. I was in 7th grade. There was this kid who just hated me, you know, just hated me. And he was one of these Cuban kids who had just come, you know, and I was like one of these little lambs from Key Biscayne with the rest of these white kids who, you know, just, "Hey, how's it going?" And we're surrounded by these 1/3 white, 1/3 Cuban, 1/3 black, and the little white kids from Key Biscayne were all like, "My God, you know what? We're gonna get knifed at every corner." And I was playing. This guy just hated me, and his locker was two down from me. I've told the story 100 times. And then we're playing basketball one morning in phys ed, and he says I fouled him, and he threw the basketball right in he was this far away, threw basketball in my face and split my lips. So I punched him in the fucking nose. And then for the rest of the day, for the next 3 hours, I thought, when it comes time for me to have to go to my locker at lunch, he's going to be 2 lockers down. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. And when I got there, I look at this guy, and he looks at me, and he goes, "Hey, how's it going?" I said, it's the exact same dynamic. It was the exact same dynamic. And Rixie, we're still not in control. I would de-escalate trouble before it happens. You know, well, you're much more sensible than I am. I'm not. It was not. I didn't have to think about this reaction. Is what I'm trying to say. Now, Animator and Fiddler says he wasn't bullying, he was making sure you weren't lurking, waiting for an opportunity to do something rotten. That was a thought that I had actually in real time. But the second he said, "Your private property is right down there," he knows where I live. He knows where my car is parked. He knows I'm a member of this neighborhood, see? That's if I'd been in somebody else, if I'd been pulled over next to somebody's house and I'm watching a video and somebody comes up to my window and goes, "Knock, knock, knock, what are you doing?" I would have said, "Yes." He would have said, "We're just curious. We live here, just wondering what you're doing." And I would have explained it. But this, he instantly said, "Your house is down there. What are you doing here?" And I realized, no. This isn't some kind of a neighborhood watch kind of. He's not some kind of neighborhood watch kind of guy. And it wasn't a kind of a, "Hey, just, you know, curious. We're just, you know." No, this was an aggro attack. He had no idea what I was looking at. He's walking at me and just thumped this car. He put a dent in it, but he thumped it hard. He was pushing me. He was pushing me, and I just decided I wasn't in the mood to be pushed. And that apparently is what he wanted to hear. A lot of people are saying no, he was a Fed. Yet he was not a Fed. If he's not a Fed, then if he was a Fed, then the Feds are generally doing their job a lot better. He didn't dent the car. Can't stress this enough. And the reason I'm being specific about all these points is because all this stuff happened in real time, and I'm looking back on it, trying to decode what I was thinking in real time. But I do realize that all of this stuff was factors. When he said right out of the gate, your private property is down there, some part of me just said, so this guy knows where I live. He knows my car. He knows I'm in my neighborhood. I'm not some creeper from someplace. And that just happened instantly, subconsciously, but that entirely changed the tone of everything. And his tone was really very measured. He certainly wasn't friendly, and he was certainly aggressive, but he wasn't out of control aggressive. If he'd been raving crazy, like homeless crazy, I would have dealt with it some other fashion. But it wasn't. It was a challenge. I knew it was a challenge. I knew it. I could feel it. It was one of those, one of those like dominance display things. And it was a challenge. And he modulated this challenge pretty much perfectly. If he had been more, like if he'd hit the car hard enough to put a dent in it, I would have gotten out of the car. If he just tapped on the window, I wouldn't have given him this, who the fuck are you? You know, it was like this guy had like just dialed this in perfectly. But the thing that struck me the most, and I didn't realize it until afterwards, was that when he'd done all the, like, who are you? What are you doing here? That just pissed me off. And then he said, well, I'm on the street. I'm going wherever I want to. Well, there's your fucking answer then. And then he just stopped for a second, and I guess that was gonna be it. And then he said, you're not from California, are you? And when he said that, that's when I guess on some level I realized, okay, this guy's not here for a fight exactly. So it's not something you say if you're, that's him basically admitting this is what I'm testing for. I said, no, I'm not from fucking California. And then he's like, shit, I know I'm repeating myself, puts his hand out and says, hey, my name is Kyle. And I said, I'm not shaking your fucking hand. Who do you fucking think you are? I don't know anything about you. You come up on me like this. He said, yeah, all right, well, yeah, that's fine. And after I took a breath or two, I know I'm repeating verbatim what I just said, but basically I said, now I'm actually interested, What was it about me that made you think that I wasn't from this neighborhood? And he said, because all these guys are just a bunch of pussies. And okay. Steve Whoop says F-bombs are weak. See, I'm not saying that I scared him away with my language. I'm not saying I've scared him away at all. What I am saying is he was testing me, and I think I gave him something that he wasn't expecting. And I think not only that, I think I gave him something that he wasn't expecting. I think I gave him something he was actually kind of hoping to see. How old was he? He was probably about 33, maybe something like that, about half my age. And I can't stress this enough either. He suddenly just held his hand out and just said, hey, my name's Kyle. I didn't say let's shake hands. I was fully ready to just, I was thinking I'm gonna have to get out of this car. And so Steve said, it was the tone, it's all wrong. I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron. I don't know exactly what that means, Steve. I think, in any event, look, that's what happened. And I'm looking, I'm very much interested in the feedback on this, because I actually, when it was over, I was coming down off like an adrenaline high, but I also felt like, hey, you know what, Mr. Mr. BillWhittle.com, all the stuff you talk about all the time that you're afraid you're afraid you might actually not be able to walk the walk on if push comes to shove. In other words, when you are threatened, it's time to step up or back off. And if you back off, you got your own set of problems. That was the thing that hit me the most once I was able to just like really sit down and finish getting the story out. Was I remember thinking, so my theory is correct then. I had a good feeling it was correct, but I haven't had a chance to test it in 50 years. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Second, he found out that I wasn't one of these California pussies. He just decided, guy seems like he's okay. We have a super chat from Animator and Fiddler. He says, I'll send your story. Your reaction doesn't need defense. Seems normal, but both of you being able to still communicate is what is really unusual and good. Yes. Now that's an actually interesting point, which I didn't have quite as clearly as what you just put it, but you've just given me some insight into something. Hang on a second here. Sign the Times. Big Dog Bob says, Bill, I just want to say I feel you, brother. It seems to me this stranger was sizing you up and you passed the test. That's what it felt like to me. But also, that being said, in the beginning of the story, you said that you rent. Yes, we rent. There's no way we could afford to. I moved there once I got married 6 years ago. There's nothing. I could not come up with anything like the down payment for that house. Not even close. And it's a lovely neighborhood. So it's worth renting in. So I want to come back to this thing here. What was it? Oh, the ability to communicate. It's what's really unusual and good. I don't want to read more into this than is there. The guy could have just been completely nuts. But again, see, this is the thing. And this is why I really need some feedback on this, because I haven't had a chance to really, I've had a chance to decompress it, but I haven't had a chance to get any feedback on it, really, except from Natasha, who said she's proud of me. And I thought, well, that's good enough for me. Although if Natasha had been in the car, she would have been absolutely telling me to drive on without. She would have just said, go, go, go. And I said, no, I'm not going. Sorry, not doing it. And the reason I know she's going to say go is because 4 or 5 days earlier, but maybe a week earlier, when we were driving down to her first painting exhibition in Los Angeles. And now we're on Wilshire Boulevard, and those people are nuts. They're nuts. And hang on to that thought, Marusha. If I lose it, just ask it again. And as we're pulling into the parking place, it's getting to be just about dark. And so we're on Wilshire Boulevard, and we're making a right turn, and we've got the green light. And standing in the middle of the street is this crazy guy, crazy young black guy. And he is just standing there, and he's just blocking my car. So I started to go around him, and he started making some gestures, and I started looking like I'm just gonna. And Natasha said, "Just go, just go." All right. And I need to talk about this on a larger level too. So we parked the car. I spend a fair amount of time before we leave the car because I want to see if this guy is going to come around the corner, see our car, see where it's parked, and maybe key the car later. So nothing like that. But when we got out of the car and started walking the very, very short distance to the gallery, I looked around and I said, I'll tell you something, honey, if I lived here, I would not go out without being armed. There's no way I'd walk around this neighborhood unarmed. She said, me neither. I said, I guess I married the right girl then. So that guy was crazy. And during Natasha's closing, so there's a little party on the opening night, and it was a decent-sized crowd on the opening night. Small kind of event on closing night on Saturday or Sunday. And they're all in there talking. I just went outside for a breath of air, and up right across the street on Wilshire Boulevard is a genuinely batshit crazy homeless woman. She's got real short blonde hair, shaved at the sides. She's yelling and screaming, young and fit. And she's got a backpack, and she's walking around in circles, and she's yelling at people as they go by. And I'm just standing there watching her, and on some level, I'm just kind of like in sheepdog mode. You know, I'm like saying, if this chick starts harassing some of these people, then if she starts harassing some of these women, I'm crossing the street. If she looks like she's right in front of imagine the Shock, a closed business store there, commercial property. I said, and if she starts to go after that door or that window, then I'm calling 911 and I'm staying here until the police arrive. If they tell me they're not coming, there's nothing I can do about it. And that homeless woman was walking around. She had like a stick or something, and then she unfolded something. And I'm thinking, if I have to call 911, what is it that she's holding? It looks a bit like an ice pick, but it's not that. I said to myself, she's holding an ADS. That's an ADS. ADZE. And how am I going to explain that to 911? Hello, 911, what's your emergency? Yeah, hey, there's a crazy homeless person who's smashing a window at a commercial property directly across the street from me. Okay, say your location. I'm going to read the address. I said, advise the officers to be careful. She appears to have not a firearm, but she appears to have what looks to me from across the street like a bladed weapon. What kind of a weapon? It looks like an ADS. You know, click. Don't waste our time. You know. That's what it was. It was a long, thin, curved backhoe kind of blade. And woman wielding an ADS. So I had to figure it out. Now, it'll probably take me 4 minutes to explain what an ADS is. So maybe I should just say it looks like she's got some kind of a garden tool or something like that, you know. Epic guest with $20 super chat. Merry Christmas, Bill. That interaction belongs in the colonies. Yes, thank you. Thank you for all your stories. You're very welcome, and thanks to all of you. So if I'd been on Wilshire Boulevard, this whole dynamic would have been completely different. And I've seen a couple people say the guy was spoiling for a fight, but he wasn't spoiling for a fight, because I've seen people that are spoiling for a fight. He wasn't doing that. He was not. It was much more controlled than that. And now Infidel says, I don't know how you can stand Cali, let alone LA, Bill. I don't go to the grocery store without a sidearm. See, this is the thing about why this encounter was so unusual. If my neighborhood wasn't like a neighborhood you'd find in Indiana or something, then I would have been out of here a long time ago. But I've got a little couple square street corner of America, and most people hang out the American flag, and we have a 4th of July parade, and it's just this little tiny piece of America the size of a postage stamp looking at it from above. And it's 6 blocks by 8, maybe. Something like that. And it really is a wonderful little neighborhood. And as I mentioned, for those of you that may have seen the entry I did and the talk I did about Mike Jitlove last time with Animato and Wizard of Speed and Time, I looked at those things for the first time seriously in 50 years, and I thought, yes, I remember that. It's like the idea was, I'm looking at these movies and living in Miami. It's like, I got to get to California. I got to get to Los Angeles. This is where everything happens, man. This is where stuff like this happens. I just never really got over that, I guess. So anyway, my takeaway is several. First of all, this idea that some people will challenge you looking for weakness, and when they see that they're not getting weakness, they'll just immediately turn it off, is true. This doesn't apply to people who are drugs. It doesn't apply to people who are drunk or crazy. And Natasha raised an interesting point too. It doesn't necessarily apply if there's more than one guy, because if you have a bully and some kid stands up to the bully, I think that the bully biologically will just turn and leave. But if he's got a group of guys with him, they can be egging him on, and that can kind of queer that response, if you pardon the expression. Pat, the reason that this thing is so interesting to me and why I'm making such a big fuss out of it is so atypical of the neighborhood. And Marisha says, still wondering how he knew exactly where you lived. Well, he's a neighborhood resident. This again is my point. If this guy had looked like he was an intruder, he looked like he belonged here. And he either lives in this little block of neighborhood or directly across the street. In any event, he's walked around this neighborhood a few times before. And so, yeah. I don't know what my reaction would have been if I judged the guy to be insane. I probably would have just, if he was, well, certainly if he was ranting and raving, I would have just driven off. If he had a weapon or something, like a pistol visible, if he had a pistol visible, I would have just said, okay, and driven off. I gotta tell you, if he'd had a knife, I think I might have just left the window rolled up. Why does everybody keep saying he's a Fed? I'm not arguing with you. I've had 5 people say he's a Fed. Is that short for something else? I mean, when you say a Fed, you mean like a federal agent? The aggressive guy is your boss. You have to respond in time. Is Fed an acronym for something? Because I'm seeing it everywhere. Astronerd especially saying he's a Fed. Do you mean a federal agent? Well, that's a lot. That's a lot to process. Can you? I'm certainly not disagreeing with you. I'm fascinated by it. Care to elaborate on that? If he's a Fed, then he knows where I live and looks like he lives in the same neighborhood. I wonder if the neighbors have had any experience with him or anything. Yeah, they just didn't. Hang on a second. I didn't get anything from him that said Fed. And I don't think he knows me. I really don't. I'm genuinely convinced he does not know anything about what I do. I'm really convinced of that. He didn't look like he knew me. I've been privileged enough to meet lots and lots of people. I don't think so. And the reason I don't think he knows my politics is because if he knew my politics and hated my politics, then he wouldn't have just done you're not from here, are you? Here's my hand. My name is Kyle. That's the thing that makes me convinced that he doesn't know who I am. If he likes my stuff, he's not going to come at me aggressively. And if he doesn't like my stuff, he's not going to turn into my friend. You see what I mean? I'm convinced that he's a hired troublemaker. Well, if he was a hired troublemaker, see, he could have made more trouble. If he'd hit my car with enough force to put a dent in it, or hit it with, or keyed my car or something, that probably would have gotten me out of the car. But he wasn't wearing khakis. He was wearing, like, I think, blue pants and a white kind of a jacket. He looked like what he said he was. He looked like he was a guy from New York City, or at least New York. And he also looked like a guy who he was in control of himself. In fact, he was in remarkable control of himself, which is another reason why I think that this thing is. Long Dark Later for $5 says, I think you just passed a form of the Federation Captain's diplomacy test. You are Captain James T. Turk, the original 60s version. Congratulations. Well, thanks for joining us for the Stratosphere Lounge. It's been great talking to all of you. I'm going to go right out on that comment because my life is never going to get better than this moment right here to be compared actively to Captain Kirk because of the way I responded to something. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next week here on the Stratosphere Lounge. Honestly. Sorry. Short-ass bastard says this wasn't his first confirmation. He was just sizing you up, Bill. Yes, I don't think it was his first confrontation, but it was. I think he's probably done this for a bunch of other people. Now, there you go. Now, this one is interesting, very, very interesting to me, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Alex Hooper says he was an angel, and above that he says Hebrews 13, 2, be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. You know, that is such a profound, Alex Hooper, that is such a profound insight, because when it was actually all over, and I'm calmed down, I've finished talking to Tasha, I'm not keep telling the story anymore. When that was over, I actually remember thinking, I hope I run into this guy again. I actually really do. If I see him walking down the street and I'm walking down the street, I'm going to say, hey, how's it going, Kyle? And that's all. I'm not going to be like, hey, buddy. And I'm not going to be like, F you. I'm just saying, I guess I'm back under control now. I just would say, I would do what that guy did to me at the locker. Hey, how's it going? Anyway, no, we're not going to be getting together. We're not going to be pals. We're not going to be drinking beer. We're not going to be watching football games together. However, I said things that surprised myself. In fact, it surprised me so much that I was willing to admit to him that it surprised me. One of them was, all right, now I'm interested. You know, why did you just say you don't think I'm from California? And then, because that to me is like a badge. It's like a, you know, no, you're not one of these simps. Anyway, you know, all right, good. And the other thing was that surprised me, because this actually came from me. He went from all this thing to extending his hand. That was a surprise, and I'm also pleased that I didn't just, oh, hey, how's it going? Fuck off, man. I don't know who the hell you are. Go take your handshake and go fuck yourself. But as he's leaving, I'm saying, well, if things go to hell in this neighborhood, then I guess I know who I can count on. I really meant that. You know. Yes. Next time, Jay Coulter says, next time Bill and Kyle see each other in the store, we nod and we move on. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah. You know, maybe we could just, play football, a couple games of, a couple games of touch football. Maybe, get together, have a shower. Not in a gay way or anything. It's like a couple of Vikings. It's like, not like a gay way or anything. Just, like Vikings. That Dom Herrera bit made me laugh so hard when I first heard it. I thought I was going to die. Anyway, that's my true tale of adventure. But it did feel like a test, and it did feel like I passed a test, and I came out of it with a kind of a like a physical high, but that wasn't like a physical high like you are so brave. It was more of it was more like relief. You didn't chicken out, number one, and number two, it was just coming off the adrenaline, because I was just not in the mood for it. Now, see, I happen to agree with Benjamin Good here in YouTube, and I don't know anything about the guy. This is my gut feeling. Benjamin Good says the way he initiated the contact was odd, but he's a good person to have around. That's what my takeaway was. That's what my takeaway was. On some level, you know what this felt like to me? Gomer Kyle. On some level, this felt like, I don't know if you've had this experience before. Every now and then, I'll be you almost always on an airplane, and somebody will start acting up, very rarely, but every now and then. And when somebody starts acting up, I just start looking around the plane, and I usually see about 2 or 3 guys who are doing the same thing that I'm doing. And we kind of just like, it's not even like it's just kind of a, okay, that guy's aware of what's going on. That guy's aware of what's, those 2 guys don't look like they're afraid of what's going on. They're looking at me, I'm looking at them. We're like, if this thing gets out of control, then somebody's going to have to stand up and do something. It's not going to be this little wisp of a flight attendant, And And so there's a lot about this that I'm just really, I don't want to say proud of exactly, but yeah, that's the word I'm looking for though. Proud of. I'm proud of the situational awareness. I'm proud of the lack of fear. I'm proud of quick analysis of how dangerous this guy not only was, but how I was also very aware of how fast can he become dangerous. That's exactly what I was thinking. Kind of the whole time I was like, how fast can this guy get dangerous? Because he's not dangerous now. He's not threatening with weapons. He doesn't appear to have anything. But how fast could he get dangerous? And what's the plan if he does? And anyway, and so there you go. That was that. So yeah, that was my true tale of adventure. I guess for many people, this kind of thing happens all the time, and I'm very grateful that it's not a routine thing for me. But I'm more grateful. Look, there's some people don't seem to care about this, but most everybody I know in this business, in the conservative opinion business, do take it this way. It's a responsibility, It's a serious responsibility to have people doing what they're doing right now, which is essentially listening to you, blather on and outgas about your experiences and try and draw life lessons from them. It's a responsibility. Now, I don't believe, and I've never believed, this business about, somebody listened to Alex Jones, so they went and shot up a parking lot. The same thing applies to Barack Obama as well. This idea that a person can say something that would cause somebody else to commit a crime, if that was the case, then we'd all have to speak the language that was least likely to trigger the most insane of us. I don't believe that for a second. However, I give a lot of opinions about things I've learned in life, and I take it seriously. I don't want to be saying that this is what I think you should do, or this is what I would do in a situation, and turn out to be wrong about it. And I especially don't like talking about true tales of adventure and thinking, oh great, well, you live a very secure life, dude. How many times have you genuinely been under a potentially lethal circumstance? And I don't count that experience as being one of them. I've been 4 times I've been under potentially lethal consequences and managed to keep my head all 4 times. So that makes me happy. And I started this story with what I'll end this story with. It's I wasn't afraid of this guy. I wasn't afraid during the engine failures. I wasn't afraid during the time I had to actually ride for my life on a bicycle, being chased by 5 or 6 guys that were either thought I was somebody else or were determined to pull me off of that bicycle. I was just focused. And I just it's just nice to not be afraid. You do have to have enough sense to realize that some people are nuts, and your life is not worth being ended by some drug crazed lunatic because you're getting so adrenalized you can't control yourself. I think the thing that I'm probably most satisfied about this experience with is the level, in retrospect, because I wasn't aware of being aware of it, it just was, the level of situational awareness and the level of threat assessment. In retrospect, I feel like I give myself a 9 out of 10 on that one. Just like all these things that happen in real time that I didn't consider until afterwards, but like, you live down here, well, he's clearly from the neighborhood. He's dressed like a resident of the neighborhood. He looks tough. He's got he's got those eyes. I mean, this guy's like not messing around, but at the same time, he's not got all these facial tattoos. He's well groomed, you know. All of this stuff just processed fast. So I guess what I'll probably Bill's a bit of a hothead. Yeah, Bill's more than a bit of a hothead, and this is another thing I'm afraid of, and that is that I'm afraid of my of my alligator mouth making writing checks that my hummingbird ass can't cash. That is something that I am concerned about. And so when situations like this happen, I don't know whether I handled it well or not. I'm just happy that I handled it without being panicked. I handled it without being afraid. And I'll tell you something else which never really occurred to me until just this second. If I had slunk out of there, like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything, and driven off, I would have been very, 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 very pissed off with myself. Very, very, very pissed off with myself. If I'd just gone, like, hey, what are you doing here? Oh, nothing, nothing. That may have been the smart thing to do. I don't know, but I would not have been happy if I had done that. So, to the larger point, I look at all of this lawlessness and all of this craziness, and I just say to myself, it's because no one's pushing back on this. No one. Excuse me. New monitors, fine. Thank you very much for asking, Roadrunner. The old one is. We haven't had the ceremony yet. We embalmed it. I've got it cleaned up and put, kind of expensive oils all over. That thing was just a soldier, that monitor. But nobody pushes back. And Jaeger 1726 says, hello, Bill. You won't see this or recognize my existence. Well, you're half right. Let me see what that avatar is. That is a skull with an eye patch. And the name is familiar. Help me out, Jaeger. Because you did get my attention there. White lung. Would you stop making videos and become a barista at a Starbucks? Well, I would if my family needed it. If I had to, I suppose I would. It wouldn't be my first choice. Yeah, Sadwings Raging, who's always so on the ball here, says, touching your car was a line he crossed, apparently intentionally to elicit a reaction. It was a test. That's how I feel. Eric Handsome says, harm the car, enter the trunk. With you on that one. Marisha said maybe I've got what is white lung? Now I've had an acid reflux cough, but this isn't it. I got something a little stuck there, like I swallowed a feather. Chris says, are you normally angered easily? Yes, I am actually normally angered easily. And here's the thing, and Natasha pointed this out to me. This is the first thing she said, actually, when I told her what had actually happened. She said, I don't know what you read in him. I'm paraphrasing her here. But she said, you are the most polite and nicest person with other people, with strangers, I've ever seen. You're friendly to everybody, you know. You're just, so I don't know what he was sending you to put you into that mode. And I thought, that's a great point. Because if the guy just walked up and nodded at me, I would have said, hey, how's it going? Asafindi wins the year. I'm choking on the bite I took out of that guy's ass. I'm happy to say we didn't have to get into a fight or anything. Marusha said I should take jiu-jitsu. I did take some self-defense classes, and these self-defense classes I took them from a retired Marine. But and I mentioned this not too long ago. This happened relatively recently. It's a couple of years before I met my wife, so I was mid 50s. But for the first time, yeah, we will get to questions, I promise. But after taking that self-defense classes, I remember thinking, now this is clear, not like I'm going to go out there and kick anybody's butt. In fact, I'm going to try and get away from any kind of trouble I can, because my life's not worth some drug addict, whatever. But, after working with this guy for 8 or 9 sessions, now when things get a little dicey out there, I've got a plan. I don't know if the plan's going to work, but I've got a plan. And that's the best thing about the self-defense thing. It's like any other thing, it's like any other kind of training. I've got a plan. And if I hadn't had that training, then I wouldn't have a plan. I'm here today speaking to you because of a guy named Jeff Larkin, who is my primary flight instructor in gliders, who beat into me. Not that I wasn't going in that direction, but honestly, it was like lose power, lower the nose. Airspeed, 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 that's all that matters. Airspeed, keep the airplane under control, you'll survive. And so when I had these engine failures, I had a plan instantly. I didn't have to think, what do I do? It's like, keep the plane flying. Nose down, best glide, where are you going? Then we worry about anything else. And that kind of preparation is what we're really just missing. It's one of the things I think when I think about things like Gen Z Academy, It's not a super long list of things to do. It's just, this same guy, Jeff, who British, came to America because he wanted to own a Jeep and a gun. I wasn't old enough to fully appreciate just how awesome that was at the time. But we were in Palmdale in the 90s, no, it wasn't the end of the 90s, early 90s. Even in the early 90s, Palmdale's the worst place I ever lived. We were going into because the three of us were working at the glider port. He was a glider instructor. Ed Green was a tow pilot, and I was just a line monkey. We're walking into Stierenstein or something in Palmdale, and we're just like, somebody was going in front of us, and I just said almost out loud, I don't think I was even really talking to them so much, I just said, there's something about that guy I don't like. And he said, that's called situational awareness, Bill. Good for you. There's something about that guy I don't like either. There's something funny about that guy. And these are the things that you can teach young men, You can teach them this. It's easy. And I wish my father had done this. I wish my father had told me, had done more than just say, all you have to do is stand up to bullies. It's like, well, sounds great in theory, but I'm just scared snotless of these guys. I'll see you at the water tower at 3 o'clock. It's like, well, you won't see me because I'm leaving school at 1:30 and I'm going to just put on a dress and limp out of here on a crutch and hope nobody notices, that kind of thing. It's like, no. If I'd had a plan when I was in elementary school, and especially junior high, if you survive junior high, that's pretty much like nom for American kids, then from a decade ago, sitting in my patrol car late at night. My God, man. Playing no PR for... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop that. Wow. Sitting in my patrol car late at night. Well, I'll tell you something, Jaeger. I liked you before, but I like you even better now, especially with the... I don't know if you're still in law enforcement, but if you are, and even if you're not, you certainly must have friends who still are. Body cams are the greatest things that have happened to law enforcement in the history of law enforcement. Because not only do they show that the police are not guilty of the things that people generally accuse them of, I can't tell you how many times, and I mean thousands of times now, I've watched hundreds of body cam videos, and every single one of them has 5 or 6 entries from people saying, I had no idea how much the police had to put up with, how much abuse they had to put up with. I had no idea how cooperative they are, how disciplined they are, how they can just take this most vile assault, verbal assault, physical assault, and just stay again and again and again and again and again and again and again. It's like I couldn't do that job for love or money. They don't play you couldn't pay me enough to be a policeman. I would have shot this guy 2 minutes into the thing, that kind of thing. So for you and all the rest of you out there, thanks for everything you've done and you're doing, and this is going to be the front lines coming up. Here is a super chat from Labco92, $10 super chat. Thank you. I just popped in, got a reply from your team on my email. You might want to check out a blog called Silent Locations by a researcher for Chaplin Keaton Lloyd Technique Info and Then and Now Film Locations. Okay, that sounds interesting. Anyway, that's it. So look up here's the rest. Tape recording when arrested in Minneapolis in the early 90s. Yo, mammy. Well, anyway, thanks for the feedback. Thanks for the spectrum of replies. Well, I believe in you too, Jaeger, and God bless you for doing the work you're doing. And I honestly have gone on. I'll tell you one thing. I'll just say this, okay? And then it's time to go to the questions. But I have watched enough videos now, enough body cam videos to say that I am a highly trained and I would say certainly retroactively licensable and certificated administrator of field sobriety tests. I could administer a field sobriety test. I could instruct officers in how to administer field sobriety tests. I've seen them so many times. So many times. And sometimes you see these, because they're always, it's very interesting the way what law enforcement's done relatively recently. A little segue, and we're getting into the questions. We'll do questions, I promise. But I don't know whether it was after Floyd thing. I suspect it probably was. But basically, the law enforcement attitude has become, in some cases, in fact, maybe in more than half of the cases, I think it's actually too accommodating. But all I see these policemen do now is de-escalate, de-escalate, de-escalate. But, which is great. I'm completely in favor of it. But sometimes when these little brats are having their tantrums, like, I'll get in the car if you let me have my vape, that kind of thing. It's like, we're not negotiating this, you know? Sometimes it's like, we need to put an end to this crap. But in any event, the language, it's such a simple thing, you know? This is why the left is as successful as they are. They're a bunch of idiot cowards, and they have evil intentions, but they do as well as they do because they are so good with language and structuring. So what the police have done is that they have changed the rhetoric of a DUI stop completely. Used to be like, I think you're drunk, get out of the car, we're going to do some tests. Now, it's, well, I just want to make sure that you're safe to drive so that I can send you on your way home. Would you be willing to do a few standardized field sobriety tests for me to reassure me that you're safe to drive this car away? It's such a simple thing. Some people may not even detect the difference, but it is so revolutionary because it puts the onus on the accused. They're not saying, hey, I think you're drunk, get out of the car. They're saying, I'd just love to have you go home. I just want to make sure that you're safe to drive. What are they going to say then, you know? They say, always, I didn't. Do you have anything to drink tonight, ma'am? Me? I had a beer. I had 2 beers. 2 beers? Yeah, I had 2 beers. Okay. But, so they do these field sobriety tests, right? And many times in these body cam videos, many times, you'll see foreigners, a lot of times from Australia, hello to Australia, hello around the world, and I noticed somebody from I forgot the town. I want to say it was Adelaide, but it may not have been. But hello, Australia, and hello to all the ships at sea. But people from Australia or Britain will say, I don't know why Americans do this, why they spend so much time going through the motion of these field sobriety tests when it's so clear that they're drunk. They say in Australia or whatever, they just give them the breathalyzer and then they just arrest them. And I've always wanted to comment on a comment like that. Why do American police go through this? It's clear that they're drunk. Why do they go through this when they could just give them the breathalyzer and arrest them? And what I want to write is, well, you see, you plain speaking simple people down there in Australia don't have America's highly sophisticated legal warfare team that we've assembled here in this country. For you, it's a simple he's guilty or not guilty. That's not how it works here. We have armies of lawyers whose entire livelihood, and it's a good livelihood, is getting people off of DUI arrests, getting them cleared all the time. This is why we go through what we do. It's not because these police don't know they're drunk. It's because we have such an out of control legal system. We have such an out of control, I don't mean legal system in terms of law enforcement. We have such an out of control civil, sue everybody kind of thing, that there are people who there are offices in every city in America that are filled with 10 or 12 lawyers whose entire income, 100%, all they do is get people out of DUI charges. That's simple. And that's when I realized, no, the reason that they're doing these field sobriety tests is because they have the body cams, and with the body cams and the video evidence of how drunk this person is, that's got to be virtually impossible for these lawyers to succeed with. Before, they could just say, well, he blew a 1.3 or 0.13. 1.3, I'd be impressed. The defense attorney will say, when did you last calibrate the device? And they'll start going down that road. Well, and they'll just argue their way out of it, and then if it goes all the way to a jury, they'll produce reasonable doubt and get their client off. That's how it works. But I think the reason that these policemen go to this trouble now of making these obviously drunk people go through these field sobriety tests, because they're providing video evidence on the scene that is incontrovertible. You can't say, well, I did this an hour later at the station. They just plain need the video evidence of this person being just plastered. And one of the things I learned about the field sobriety tests is that it's not so much even a test of coordination, although they're certainly looking for that. I actually think the most important aspect of the field sobriety test, what they're really, really testing is your ability to listen to and follow and understand instructions. I think that's where 70 or 80% of it is. These things are very simple. They're very clear. Like I said, I could administer them perfectly. And I think what they're designed to do, I'll give you a simple example. There appear to be, at least in the body cam videos I've been binging, there appear to be 3 successive steps to this field sobriety test. One is keep your eye on my finger, tip of my finger, tip of my pen, little light or whatever, and you move this thing like this, keep your head steady, and if you're intoxicated, there's nothing you can do about this. You can't fake this with any of them. Then when he's moving his finger smoothly, my understanding is that if you're alcohol impaired or otherwise impaired, your eyes don't track smoothly. They kind of... So that's the first thing they do. The second thing they do is they make you do, okay, I'm going to ask you to take 9 heel to toe steps, and here's a line, and put one foot in front of the other. I want you to take 9 steps. I want you to keep your arms at your side. I want you to count the steps out loud. After 9 steps, I want you to stop. I want you to make a series of small turns. Then I want you to do 9 heel to toe steps on the way back. Okay, great. And I thought, why 9? And the reason they pick 9 is because lots and lots and lots of times people go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's a instruction that's, you got to be fairly sober to you know, to keep. But what is, well, I don't need to get into the fact that all these people, especially these young people in their early to mid 20s, are calling these policemen you cannot imagine the verbal abuse they're on. You just can't imagine. You just have to listen to it. And they're acting so tough, and they're so bitch this, you can't do it. And the second the handcuffs go on, they just, I didn't do anything. They start crying. And they say they didn't. I passed the test. I didn't do anything. We told you 9 times. We told you 20 times to get off this property. Have you officially been trespassed? You're warning you if you do not leave the property. Tell them 12, 15 times. Finally, they put them in handcuffs. I didn't do anything. You were asked multiple times to leave the property. No, I wasn't. I don't know how you guys deal with it. But in any event, yeah, so there's that whole thing. Oh, and by the way, we talked about this before, and I'm not going to dig into this because it is question time. But the whole sovereign citizen thing, seeing a lot of those too, and seen many people lately say, "Can I see your driver's license?" You don't need a license to drive a car. Actually, you do. No, I don't. I don't need a license to drive a car. This is not a commercial vehicle. I don't need a license. Well, as it turns out, you do. No, I don't. Why not? I've heard this 17 times now. Because I'm not driving, I'm traveling. You're not driving, you're traveling, right? So, okay, I said to myself, how does this work? So I got out my little phone, or the one that's actually charged, let's say, and I heard this argument like 15 times. And so I said, well, why don't we go to the source? Because they're citing common law. I'm a big believer in common law, a big believer in natural law. I believe is the Constitution, to me, is the greatest creation in the history of the world. Nothing comes close to it. There's nothing architecturally, nothing scientific, nothing comes close to that document in its perfection. If we just did what it said, we'd all be fine. So where did they get this idea that they're not traveling, that they're not driving, they're traveling? What is this all about, and what does this mean? So I said, okay, well, let's just go to Fourth Amendment. Fourth Amendment. There's plenty of things that are interpreting what the Fourth Amendment means, page after paragraph about what the Fourth Amendment means. I don't need that, because the people that wrote the Constitution went to enormous trouble, largely in the person of Gouverneur Warren, who did he really essentially actually wrote the Constitution, wrote the language, but he was a little bit disappointing later in life. In any event, what is the Fourth Amendment in simple terms? Explain to me the Fourth Amendment. You don't need to explain the Fourth Amendment. You just need to read it. This is just like a pet peeve of mine. It's all of this stuff complicates it. Text. All right, so this is for the people who say I'm not driving and I don't need a driver's license and all the rest of it. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So, forget about the car search, because the car search is a different story. But this whole thing comes down to one word. Anybody want to guess what the operational word here is in the Fourth Amendment? I'll just read it one more time. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Just that part. What is the operational word there? Yes, Asafindi wins, and Lord Bios. They're all clicking in, all of these fine people who have the superb American understanding of the Constitution. The operational word here is unreasonable. Unreasonable search and seizure. The the sovereign citizens read this to say the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against searches and seizures shall not be violated. But that's not what it says. It says unreasonable searches and seizures. So that brings us to probable cause. And it brings us to something else too. When they say, I'm not driving, I'm traveling, I'm not going to play that game. It is true that their right to travel shall not be infringed. They can travel, they can get on a horse, they can walk. Driving, prohibiting somebody from driving is not prohibiting them from traveling. I know it seems like it is, but it's not. And I'm a libertarian on these kind of things. I wouldn't call myself a libertarian, I'm a conservative, but I understand the libertarian argument here completely. I completely get it. But basically, nobody's saying you can't travel. Driving is a different story. And if you think that's a distinction without a difference, that you shouldn't have to have a driver's license, then my question to you would be, can you fly an airplane without a license then? Do you need if you don't need a driver's license to travel, because you're just traveling and requiring a license is violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, does that apply to airplanes? Should you be able to go out and buy a 737, let's say, if you had the money, by yourself? Forget about paying customers. Should you be able to go out and buy a 737, get in the thing, start it up, take off, and fly to your destination without any training, yes or no? Because to me that seems unreasonable. It's not to say people won't do it, but it means unreasonable. So now you come down to, this is where the line where law enforcement lives, and where people like us who are law-abiding citizens who also fear the power of the coercive state, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is the thin blue line right here, is reasonable, unreasonable, probable cause, all of these things. If the sovereign citizen movement is morally correct, then you could, unless I'm missing something, you could plow your car through a group of kids and kill 20 of them, and then use your Fourth Amendment right as freedom to travel to refuse to be pulled over for or being asked to get out of the car. Just because you're traveling doesn't mean that you are immune from the consequences of criminal action. The fact that you're being pulled over, the first thing that an officer will tell you, they're supposed to tell you, the actual procedure is, certainly my experience has been, on a traffic stop, the first question that comes out is, "Hello, I'm officer." One of two things. They will either say, "You're being stopped because you did this," but most of the time they will do something else that's very clever. And that is, "Do you know why I stopped you?" I never knew why they kept asking that. I always knew that they knew why they stopped me. I never knew why. They would say, "Do you know why I stopped you?" It turns out they want to know whether you're a good liar or not. Are you going to, I have no idea. You're not aware of the fact you're doing 70 in a 20 zone? Was I? Okay, now we know that you're a liar. Now, Marisha and I have some different opinions on this. Hang on one second, let's get to this here. Saying you can't travel in a car with the state's permission is like those people who say the Second Amendment applies to muskets or the state militia. Right to travel doesn't protect against assault, battery, or homicide. Okay, fair enough, but this is the issue, actually, because on a strictly logical level, Marisha's point's exactly right. The First Amendment is not limited to printing presses or writing with feathers on parchment. And the Second Amendment is not limited to muskets. So why is the Fourth Amendment inhibited by driving? This is the question. This I think the answer to this comes into, are you swinging your fist? When you swing your fist, are you hitting my nose? I really think that's basically it. Operation of a motor vehicle is operation of a motor vehicle raises the level of ambient fatal risk to other people enormously, orders of magnitude more. If you're just traveling and you're walking or running, your chance of fatally injuring innocent people is zero. In a horse, it's low. It's not zero. People have been killed by horses, but it's low. An automobile is a mechanical device that does not operate itself, and unlike the horse, does not have a built-in collision avoidance system. It is a well, yeah, Roadrunner says you're basically wielding a 3-ton potential weapon. If you want to argue that you don't need a driver's license in the same way that you don't need in the same way that the muskets, that the Second Amendment doesn't apply to muskets. It's true that you can do more damage with an AR-15 than you can with a musket, so I'm in favor of AR-15. So that's an argument. That's a real argument. However, you don't need a license to walk, not only because you are born knowing how to walk, but because the only person you can really harm traveling while walking is yourself. When you start adding things like 3 tons of metal moving at 70 miles an hour, forget about the traffic violations. Let's just talk about whether you need a license or not. What is it about a driver's license? What is the procedure? Let me make it even simpler. In order to get a driver's license, what do you have to do? Now, Marusha says, I'm not against training. The question is, are you against mandatory training? Because that's what a license is. Ultimately, it comes down to not trusting people to be free and responsible, at which point you've lost. See, this is where I get off the boat with libertarians. Because for the same reason I get off the boat with them with the way that some people treat drug addicts. It's like, well, if you just don't be a drug addict, stop drinking. There are people out there who are not responsible. And they're not. And we have to protect ourselves against those people. So in order to get a driver's license, you have to do 2 things. You have to demonstrate knowledge of the rules of the road that you're sharing with everybody else. This is for everybody's safety, because if you don't know what a stop sign means or a red light means, then chances are you're going to kill somebody as well as yourself. And that's an unacceptable risk that you are posing by moving 3 tons at 70 miles an hour without knowing that a red light means stop. So in order to get a driver's license, you have to pass a written test which proves that you are capable of understanding the laws, the common laws that we have, in order to make all of us safer on the road. Because moving at 70 miles an hour in 3-ton cars is inherently much more dangerous than walking or riding horses. The second thing you have to do in order to get your license is you have to know the traffic rules in the written test, and in the practical test, you have to demonstrate that you know how to operate that vehicle, that you are capable of controlling its speed and its direction. And that's why you have to do these 2 things to get a license. You can say that the state requires it, and I'm as against a big state as anybody I know, although maybe not as much against it as some other people, but to me it does not seem unreasonable that in order to operate that kind of machinery, you have to show proficiency in operation of that machinery. That's not the same thing as saying you can't travel. That's just the same thing as saying in order to travel with this mechanical contrivance, you have to prove to all of us out there that you are minimally capable of doing this. And that's why you need to have a driver's license. And that's why you need to have a pilot's license. There are a number of people out there, by the way, and I've known a few of them. It's not so much common anymore, but back in the early days of the ultralights, back in the early 80s, let's say, when people figured out you could just get a lawnmower engine and slap it on the back of a Regalo wing or something like that. You didn't need anything out there. I knew a guy, the Constitution is unambiguous, so where's the answer to this? Are you for mandatory gun training, or do you have this right to bear arms independent of your proficiency? I have the right to bear my arms independent of the proficiency. Yes, I do. But I'll tell you what I don't have, Marusha. I don't have the right to go stepping out in the street every single day and start firing rounds downrange. That's the difference. That's where the answer to this question is. That's where the answer to this question is. Yes, I agree. I am not required. I am not required to. Well, live in California, I do, but no, I'm not required to take gun training, and I don't forfeit my right to own a firearm because of that. So yes, you're correct about that. You're absolutely right, and that I see how that would apply to your driver's license. But the difference is that I don't go outside every day and start shooting rounds down the street, which I would have a right to do, right? I have a right to keep and bear arms, right? So why can't I simply just go outside every day and just start putting rounds down the street and only pay the consequences if I hit somebody? Because you are raising the, you are now your swinging fist is contacting somebody else's nose. You are raising the societal level of risk. Or says, I don't go driving around the sidewalks either. You're right, you don't. You don't go driving down sidewalks, and you don't treat guns irresponsibly. On this point, I'm as libertarian as they come. And if everybody was like that, we would be fine. We wouldn't have this argument. If everybody was capable of behaving themselves like this, we wouldn't have conservatism as we know it. Everybody be a libertarian if everybody was a virtuous, competent, disciplined, adult, responsible person. But they're not. They're not. And the inability to understand that is where I get off the libertarian boat. I just don't. To me, it seems as utopian as communism is. Everybody will behave themselves, and you will only be held responsible for the actions you commit. You shouldn't have to have a license to drive a car. You have the right to proceed. And if it turns out you hit somebody, then you're responsible for that. Okay. But what does the world look like? What does the world... Libertarianism doesn't mean freedom to harm people. Actually, yes, it does. Yes, it does. It means freedom to harm people, but it also means accepting the consequences of it. But that's not the point. That's not the point. You're saying freedom to harm people without consequence. That's what you're saying. Libertarian doesn't mean freedom to harm people without consequence. You're saying you shouldn't have to have a driver's license, and if you hurt somebody, well, then you pay the consequences. Great. I'm not arguing about that. What I'm arguing about is, what is your chance of hurting somebody if you don't know how to operate a car? To me, it's like firing bullets downrange and just saying, well, if I hit somebody and kill them, then I'm responsible, and we should not have any laws saying that this is a bad idea. And so there you go. See, now this is, and by the way, what we're doing right now, is how you run a society. See, this is how things work. It's not because I'm right, it's not because Marusha's right, not because anybody's right. This is how we get to the truth. It's by having people with different opinions, making arguments that have solid basis to them. The argument that Marusha made, that you shouldn't have to have a driver's license for your car, is the same thing as saying that the Second Amendment only applies to muskets and the First Amendment only applies to parchment. That is a logically sound argument. But the question is it a reasonable argument? I just taught myself something. What do you know about that? I just learned something from myself. Logical does not necessarily mean reasonable. That I ought to put on a t-shirt. That's quite good, actually, if I do say so myself. Usually it means reasonable, but it doesn't necessarily mean reasonable. Logical means logical, doesn't necessarily mean reasonable. Ronald Reagan made the same argument that you shouldn't need to have a driver's license. Well, I disagree with Ronald on that one. And certainly as a politician, he certainly didn't seem to be, I've never heard him lead the charge against driver's licenses, so on. So, Libertarians only says that private enterprise will always be more efficient than government because governments always have a steady supply of other people's money. Couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. And I have I used to have before the tragic boating accident, weapons to protect myself, not from deer. I'm not worried about deer coming through my window at 2 a.m. I'm not terribly worried about criminals either. Mostly I have the weapons to protect myself against my own government. That's why I used to have weapons as a deterrent. And 350 million firearms in the hands of 100 and something million people is a pretty damn good deterrent. So I'm with you 100% there. But my right to keep and bear arms also brings, here we go, I think I've actually landed on something. My right to keep and bear arms also implies a responsibility about how I'm going to keep and bear those arms. That there is an implied responsibility that goes with the right. Because if you don't have rights that are coupled with responsibilities, then you've just got libertinism. Because I have a right to do something doesn't mean that I'm immune from the requirement to exercise that right responsibly. And that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? Yes, I have a right to keep an AR-15, and I have to use that responsibly. Because if I don't, I am raising other people's level of risk, fatal risk, past the point of being tolerable behavior. It is one of the things that my dad taught me when I was very little. My dad was in the Army. He got to Germany in April of '45, about 3 weeks before the war actually ended. Never saw combat, never claimed to have seen combat. He was a second lieutenant, was intelligence. Then he did some time in the post-surrender Germany. I think he did about a year there as an MP officer, second lieutenant, MP. My dad told me that one time he had to arrest a drunken sergeant who pulled a .45 on him, aimed it right at my dad's face, and my dad said, "Billy, it was like looking into the Lincoln Tunnel." I'll never forget that as long as I live. Right? So there's a point for this. I just slipped my mind for 1 second here. Yes. So one of the things my dad told me early on when I was a child basically, 6, 7 years old, we were watching some kind of TV show or something, and my dad said to me something that I did not understand forever. I will get to questions, Eric. I didn't understand this until I was much, 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 much smarter. He said, "Bill, if you ever have to pull a gun on somebody, you have to shoot that person." What? I said, if you actually point a gun at somebody, you have to shoot them. This doesn't make any sense to me. And it took me a lifetime for it to make sense to me. Because he didn't really explain it very well, honestly. But what he was saying is, if you point a gun if somebody points a gun at you, your entire existence now is at the discretion of that individual person. When somebody points a gun at you, they have raised the raised the level of lethal risk to you to the point where you are now fully justified in anything that you can do to make sure that that person doesn't pull a gun on you. In other words, if you got a little switch in your hand that will automatically kill everybody within a 5-yard radius, and there's a guy 4 yards away who raises a gun at you and points a gun at you, you have a right to push that button because Han shot first. Reason Han was able to get away with this is why the whole thing about changing it was so fucking childish. Sorry, I guess I'm on free range today. Was so childish is the reason Han shot Greedo was because Greedo had a gun on him. Greedo was pointing a gun at Han, and if Greedo had not been shot, then Han's going to die. So yeah, of course Han shot Greedo. He was right to shoot Greedo. So ambient risk. When the ambient this is how I understood the concept. When anyone's behavior raises the level of ambient risk past a certain point, then society is justified. Forget the state. Other free people. Let's get it down to its bottom line. When one free citizen exercises or exhibits behavior that raises the ambient level of risk to other free citizens, then those other free citizens have a right to do something about it. And that's what these laws are there for. That's why we have these laws. These laws are in place to keep the level of ambient risk acceptably low. So my right to own a firearm does not give me the right to fire it down the street every day. That is an unacceptable level of risk to other free people who are also minding their own business. That argument is what the argument about the driver's license is. If you're going to be on the road where there are other people and other cars, you need to show that you're capable of understanding what the rules are and controlling the vehicle. To me, that just seems pretty self-evident. So the real reason my dad told me, if you're going to point a gun at somebody, you better be prepared to shoot it, is because if you don't shoot them and you point a gun at them, then they are not only morally permitted to kill you, they'll probably do everything they can to do it. So that's what he was basically trying to tell me. What he was really saying is don't ever pull a gun at anybody, ever, as a threat. Because as a threat, that threat will kill you, and they'll be perfectly justified in doing it. Don't wave a gun at somebody. Don't point a gun at somebody. If you point a gun at somebody, it's in order to fire the bullet. That's the only time you actually draw on somebody, which I think is an interesting way of doing it. So when a policeman draws on a suspect, he's technically violating my father's advice, but he is certainly following his general gist of the thing, meaning now, in a perfect world, which we don't live in, but we're all just dealing with concepts here. We're just trying to sharpen our minds and understand how things work. In a perfect world, when an officer draws his firearm, not a taser, where tasers are valuable for a reason I'll get to in a second, when an officer draws his firearm and aims it at a suspect, at that point it doesn't mean he's required to shoot that suspect, but he is now ready to shoot that suspect. Once that gun is out, in a perfect world, that officer does not draw his weapon until he is convinced that either he or other people are in immediate lethal danger and that the ambient risk level is now so high that he is going to have to act on behalf of the rest of the free society around him. Fascinating stuff, actually. The state is forcing him to violate my dad's advice. The state, my dad's advice, as I said, was poorly explained to me. What my dad was trying to tell me is, don't ever threaten somebody with a gun. That's what he was trying to tell me, and that's what he should have told me, because what he actually said is just not really true. I understand his point, but if you pull a gun at somebody means you have to shoot them is not exactly precisely what he was trying to get at, which is why I had such a hard time understanding it. Anyway, there you go. On a vehicle, which you're driving if you're going to drive it on the same road. There you go. That's another great point. In fact, that's a fabulous great point. B-Fire says you don't need a driver's license to own a vehicle, but you better have one if you're going to drive it on the same road as me. Precisely correct. If you have private property and you have a car and you want to drive your car on your own private property without a license, then I say you rock on, man. That is precisely it. Yes, exactly correct. Once you get on the same road with me, your your unwillingness or reluctance or your refusal to demonstrate proficiency is a risk to me and to everyone else. And that's where this situation comes from. So it's fun to figure out why these things make sense, because it's not apparently obvious. There's a lot of things that seem contradictory. In fact, there's a great deal of things that seem contradictory, which is why this society is so astonishing to me in its theoretical form, and even in its theoretical form, we get so close in everyday life in this country to getting it right. Just the story I mentioned earlier is a great example of getting it right. You know, this idea about the Fourth Amendment and you should be allowed to go where you're going without interference from the state unless they have a demonstrable reason to think that your actions are raising the level of ambient risk to the rest of the free people out there, that it has become an unacceptable behavior. Somebody much earlier said this is why we'll never have flying cars. Yes, people always talk about flying cars. I said, I was flying back in those days. I said, the day that we have flying cars is the day I stop flying. But fortunately, I don't ever worry about this. I never worry about this. And the reason I never worry about this is because flying cars will never, ever, ever happen. Ever. Not the way that we talk about them. They've been trying to build flying cars since they've had airplanes. But everything that makes a good airplane makes a crummy car, and everything that makes a good car makes a crummy airplane. And the only reason that flying cars would ever appeal to anybody would be if you're in traffic and you say, I'm out of here. Off you go. So if you've got a car and you have to drive it to the airport, you have to put the wings on it, the wings have to unfold, please. You've just got either a very, very, very heavy airplane or a very, very, very light car. I suppose these quad rotor things, these things like the Jetson. Reason I say that the day that flying cars happens, the day I stop flying, is because the level of fatal risk for an accident, or forget an accident even, the level of fatal risk for incompetence when you're flying is probably 2 or 3 orders of magnitude greater than it is when you're driving. For example, if you run out of gas on the road, you pull over. If you run out of gas in the air, you got a problem. If you collide with another car, you very likely going to survive that. If you collide with an airplane, you are almost certainly not going to survive that. It is a much, much more dangerous activity because the laws of physics, because you're pushing harder against the laws of physics. You're not just going fast. You are going into an environment where you will automatically go fast. That's a fun way to think about it, actually. That's the thing about flying. See, on the road, if you're in a car, you go fast, you go slow, you slow down. Eventually in a car, if you're incapacitated, you'll stop. But when you go flying, you have put yourself in a place where you have now got the potential energy so that you will be going very fast no matter what happens to you. If you don't slow that thing down under control, not going to end well. The Moeller flying car, I've seen a bunch of flying cars. The only thing I've ever really liked is the Jetson, which I thought was really pretty cool. And the Jetson, by the way, is an ATV. It's a all-terrain vehicle. Fly it out in the countryside. Looks like a complete blast. Steve Whip says he's mid-aired twice in RC planes. Have both planes died? That was the question I was going to ask. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just this is. I wonder how many other pilots feel this way. My favorite thing about flying by far. My favorite thing about flying is the discrimination aspect of it, is the elitism of it. It's all of these words that usually bother me so much, but the thing I like most about flying is when I'm with pilots, I am around people who know what the hell they're doing and take things seriously. with a very small handful of exceptions that generally don't survive very long, I am around people who are well, this is the content warning show. They got their shit wrapped tight. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. And if you run into somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, then you will be asked to make a telephone call, and you will lose your flying privileges. That's by far my favorite thing about aviation. Was the quality of the people that you met, that you were surrounded by competent people who took things seriously. That I have 1,000 hours, and I maybe have two cases where I was in the presence of people who did not belong in the sky. But by and large, it was just so refreshing being around people who knew what they were doing, and were good at what they were doing, and were determined to show the rest of us that they knew what they were doing, just so we would all relax a little bit. That's the thing. I'm doing questions. I got nowhere else to go, so sad. But Mobile Modal was talking about something called the Tennessee Fly Girl crash. So there was a YouTuber named Tennessee Fly Girl, private pilot. Did a lot of content on flying around as a private pilot, and all that's great. And she was in a fatal accident about 3-4 weeks ago now, I guess. I mentioned ultralights. Let me just back up just super super fast. The black fly is amazing. It's ugly as hell, but the black fly is amazing. The black fly would be the answer to everything. If you haven't seen the black fly, it's a combination of, well, the black fly is the ugliest vehicle that has ever been constructed on this earth, but it's essentially like a rocking chair, and its angle of attack on its wings and the fact it will essentially just lift off and fly. It's not using rotors. It's not stalling. It's astonishing. It's just freaking ugly. Look it up. It's great. Anyway, so back to this girl for a second. Tennessee Fly Girl. Worse than the Trabant? Yes, the Trabant is an ugly car. The black fly is it's an offense against nature, and that's why it works. Bert is, if I recall correctly, Bert loves it. He said it's the only real, genuine vertical takeoff answer that's out there that's safe. Because the question always is, what happens if you lose your engine? That's the problem. But the black fly apparently is. It's not. It's designed in such a way that. Look up the black fly. Actually, Colonel Angus says the AMC Pacer is the ugliest vehicle ever. You see, Colonel Angus, this is where your lack of experience in the world and your obviously limited knowledge of things automotive has shown you to be the giant fool that you are, because you're clearly wrong. Mobile Modal corrected him. Colonel Angus says the AMC Pacer is the ugliest vehicle ever, and right after it, Mobile Modal comes up with the answer. He says the Matador steps into the room. The AMC Matador is the ugliest car that has ever been built. The AMC Matador is the only automobile ever to hit the road that looks like it took a crap in its own pants. It is the Gremlin at least looked different and interesting. It's like intentionally ugly. The Pacer's not a great looking car either. AMC were masters of this. I don't know how I really don't know how AMC was able to get either the worst designers in the country or the best designers in the country who each had the most astonishing, wicked sense of dry, bone-dry humor, and who trolled an entire nation. Because the Matador is horrific. And the Gremlin's not a good-looking car, and the Pacer is the 70s. They were perfect cars for the 70s, by the way. They went perfectly with the wide ties and the polyester. You just couldn't pass them. Just couldn't beat them up. Anyway, so back real quick to Tennessee Fly Girl. So I've seen some looks into this, and And I'm not, I'm certainly not accusing individuals. I'm making a comment as a pilot who had superb primary flight training. When I saw the video of her with an instructor, I think she was starting her instrument work, and when I saw how much work the instructor was doing for her while she was flying, I thought, this is not flight instruction. This is nothing like flight instruction. I don't know what's going on here, but he's flying the airplane from the right seat. I mean, your instrument rating happens after you know how to fly an airplane, and you should, in my opinion, humble opinion, you should spend hundreds of hours flying VFR until you're ready to do the toughest thing that I've ever had to do. That's get my instrument rating, because you are so busy. When you're learning how to fly on instruments, you are so busy with the instruments that you have to learn. You must automatically know how to fly the airplane. I mean, that's a no-brainer for me. You must have enough proficiency as a VFR pilot to be able to fly the airplane automatically, because once you start on instruments, it's it's a thing. So look, I don't mean to speak ill of her. I'm not criticizing her. It's a tragedy, and anybody who's out there flying in the real world instead of flying flight sims has my enormous sympathy. And God knows all of us have made mistakes, and some of the mistakes I've made probably could have been fatal, but I had better training than she did, and that's not her fault. In fact, I had the best training I've ever seen. But what apparently happened to her was, or at least what some people suspect was happening to her was, this is speculation, and again, I want to be clear on this. I'm not making accusations or anything like that. I'm just saying this is what appeared to happen. It's not a lack of competence on her part. I don't know if it was just poor training, but what I saw a deconstruction of this based on some of her previous videos that she released. And yes, exactly right. Darth Chuck said it was she didn't understand how the autopilot functions. So what was seen in a video that she released prior to the fatal accident was she's flying along. I believe she tried to trim the airplane to climb, the autopilot to climb, and the autopilot followed its instructions to climb, but she did not mechanically add power because it is not certainly not a full autopilot. I'm not aware of a full autopilot in any general aviation airplane. There are generally two different flavors of autopilots for general aviation airplane. One of them is just a simple wing leveler, and the other one is one that'll track a course. But none of them connect to power, to the throttle. They're just out of the range of general aviation autopilots. And what some people had observed was she was flying along, and she commanded the autopilot to climb the airplane, which is fine, but she didn't add power. And if the autopilot is these aren't even this is nothing like artificial intelligence. This is a simple mechanism. It's just a mechanical mechanism. And if you're giving this mechanism instructions to control the aircraft's control surfaces to climb the airplane, it will attempt to do that and only that. And so what appears to have happened is, since she didn't add power, the plane is trying to climb. It doesn't have the energy to climb, and so it starts slowing down, but the autopilot doesn't know that. The autopilot just keeps increasing the trim. That's how the autopilot works. Increasing the trim to do what it's being told to do, which is climb the airplane, but it has nothing to do with the power. And when you ask an autopilot to climb an airplane without adding power, all the autopilot knows how to do is to keep pulling back on the stick, essentially. Now, that would result in a stall, but what I believe happened was, it wasn't so much that was the case, so much that the plane got so badly out of trim that she didn't have the physical strength to over-muscle an airplane that is fully out of trim. I'm not saying I do either, but apparently the autopilot put so much trim onto the airplane that it was either too much for her to control, or she simply just lost awareness of what's actually happening. When I look at a lot of these accidents, not just for general aviation, just in general, a lot of the Flight Channel, by the way, if you haven't seen it, it's one of my first favorite channels on YouTube. It's astonishing. There's nothing but brilliant recreations of airplane accidents. Just, the Flight Channel is just one of the best things out there ever. And when I see a lot of these accidents happening to experienced professional crews, when I look back at them, I'm saying to myself, these guys don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. I mean, that seems like kind of be obvious, but it's not. Their airplane is doing something, and it's doing something that's understandable in retrospect, but these guys don't know what the plane is doing. That seems to happen a lot. Is that what happened to the Starship launch? The autopilot led it to self-destruct? I'd heard that the autopilot... I don't want to get into that because I've got just enough knowledge to make an idiot out of myself, which is usually the case. But when things are going wrong, what usually happens in a case like this is you make an assumption that you think you know what's going on, but that's not what's actually going on, and you get locked into this early decision, and you're so committed, emotionally committed, pot committed to this decision that you refuse to accept any evidence to the contrary. Which is why my favorite piece of aviation lore is there's this old, back in the days when captains were captains, is after World War II, and they were all former bomber pilots, just before the jet age. True story, apparently. Guys flying a four-engine commercial airliner, propeller-driven airliner. It might have been the Strato cruiser that my mom was a flight attendant of. She was a flight attendant. She was a stewardess on BOAC. So it was the very last of the propeller-driven airliners. And they're just cruising along, and all of a sudden they lost an engine, and then they lost another engine, and then they lost a third engine. Now, they can fly on two, but they can't continue to maintain altitude on one. So they're at altitude. It's not like they're, but they're in real trouble. They're on their way down, and the co-pilot is really like freaking out, and he looks over at this captain, this old gray-haired, perfect Sully kind of guy, and the captain, according to the story, the captain is sitting there and he's taking his watch off, like this. He's looking at and he's doing this. And the co-pilot says to him, "My God, man, what are you doing?" He says, "I'm winding my watch." The guy says, "Why the hell are you winding a watch?" He says, "Son, ain't no one ever got killed winding a watch." And the genius of that, son, nobody ever got killed winding their watch. The genius of that is that guy knew that he was not in immediate, imminent danger, and what he was doing was he was relaxing and making sure that he was listening to what the plane was telling him while he was winding his watch. He wasn't going to make things worse. So you can't imagine the number of people that have died in general aviation airplanes with twin-engine airplanes where one engine fails and then the pilot shuts down the good engine or feathers the good prop. Happens all the time. All the time. You just panic. This guy was like, nope. If you ever listen to or see the recreations of, or if you saw the movie's excellent. I never saw the movie because I wasn't so much interested in the movie, but look at the clip on YouTube for Sully, where they recreate the accident with Tom Hanks. It's absolutely perfect. And if you want to know the instant, there's one instant in that 5-minute clip. They take off from LaGuardia. They go through bird strikes in through both engines, lose power in both engines. It takes about 5 minutes from the time they hit the birds to the time they're in the water. Go watch that. That movie. It was a Ron Howard movie, I think. Or Clint Eastwood movie with Tom Hanks. Watch the movie clip. It's on YouTube for free. It's just there. It's great. And then once you've watched it, back up, and I can tell you the instant when every single one of those lives were saved. I can tell you the precise, absolute second when everybody on that plane survived. And I'm not going to be around to let you watch it and then tell you later, so here's the spoiler alert. They're climbing out. They ingest birds into both engines. The power in both engines rapidly goes down to zero. He's not far from LaGuardia, so he has the option to. He's fairly high, so he has the possibility of returning to LaGuardia. They immediately do the engine, the check light procedures. Let's relight the engines. The engines have igniters when they start, and generally speaking, you turn those off because the combustion is what fuels the incoming fuel. But sometimes in a lot of rain or something like that, it's possible that's what a flameout is in a jet engine. So one of the first things they do is the engine restart procedures, turn the burners back on. Fortunately, Sully's flying the airplane, co-pilot's doing his job, we're doing all of these things, and he doesn't have power, and he's doing the one thing he has to do, and that is he is maintaining controllable airspeed. He has got that airplane under control. He's not trying to stretch a glide. He's not trying to bank back. He's flying the frickin' airplane, and he's keeping enough reserve airspeed so that he can control the airplane. Because he knows what I know, and that is that your chance of survival is inversely proportional to your angle of impact. If you go straight down, it doesn't matter how high you are, if you're or what your speed. You go straight in the ground, you're going to die. If your angle of impact is 2 or 3 degrees, even at high speed, you got a good chance. So Sully's keeping the plane flying, but if you want to know the instant when those people's lives were saved, was he's coming down, he's doing everything he can, he's looking at LaGuardia. He gets, I forget whether he asked for it or whatever, the tower at LaGuardia who's talking to him knows he's lost both of his engines, and he says, you got Petersburg, I want to say it was Newark, but it's Tetersboro, I think. You got Teterboro at 3 o'clock, 6 miles. Here's your nearest airport. And there's just a moment. If you listen to the actual tape, you'll hear it even clearer. Here's where the controller is saying, here's your nearest airport. Here's your chance to land the airplane, get everybody off safely, and so on. And there's just a super short gap, and then Sully says one word. It's the greatest word ever in the history of aviation. I've used it myself. He says, unable. And the second that Sully says unable is the moment he committed to putting that plane in the river. He didn't allow himself the wishful thinking of, I might be able to make it to the airport. I might be able to make the airport. Or even, I probably could make the airport. When he basically said, I am not sure whether I can make that airport, then he said, no, I'm unable to make it. Stretching the glide and stalling the airplane. This is how all these people get killed. I've seen it. I saw footage of it happening off the coast in Santa Monica. Guy was trying to get back to Santa Monica Airport. He was over the ocean. He was 20 yards offshore. Stalled the plane. He could have just ditched it. Could have just landed it. But he didn't. He wanted to get back to the airport. So Sully says unable. And that means we have no options left. We're not going to try to get to an airport because we're not going to make an airport. Or at least we're not certainly going to make an airport. We're not going to try it because we're not sure. So we're going to do the one thing we do have control over, and that is we are going to land this aircraft at the slowest controllable airspeed and at the flattest possible angle. And if the Hudson hadn't been there, it would have been a field. If it hadn't been a field, it would have been a freeway. But whatever. Keep the plane under control. Flying the airplane, you're not in an anvil. And that moment when he said unable, and shortly thereafter he said we're going in the Hudson, is why they all lived. Because he made a decision. And I think most professional pilots would have done the same thing. Lots and lots and lots of general aviation pilots, including poor Tennessee Fly Girl, don't make that decision. They want the plane to do something the plane can't do. The plane. This is something else I learned early too. Pilots love their airplanes. And if you own an airplane, then it's practically obscene how much you love that airplane, because it will take you places and do things that you've wanted to do your own life. And if you haven't done them, I can't describe them to you. We love our airplanes. That's why we give them names and call them she and all the rest. We love our airplanes. There's another thing I was told by my flight instructor who kept me alive, Jeff Larkin, and a number of other people, and that's simply this. You love that airplane as long as the airplane loves you. If that airplane decides to let you down, then it is a piece of plastic and metal, and it can go straight to hell. It's going into the ground anyway. The airplane is lost. Now the question is, are you going to be destroyed with the airplane, or is it just going to be the airplane? How many people have died trying to save their airplane is almost immeasurable. When I say save the airplane, I mean make a safe landing or whatever. That second that engine quits on that airplane for me, I've had it happen 3 times. The second that airplane engine quits, we're not friends anymore, me and that airplane. We are not friends anymore. If I have to rip the wings off of this airplane to slow it down, that was my first option on a first power failure in Prescott, Arizona. I'm 70 feet off the ground with no power. I don't even have enough airspeed or altitude to be comfortable to make a turn towards the crossing runway. Forget about a 180 back to the field. And I'm looking downhill. You never want to land downhill, because if you land downhill, you never land. I'm looking at downhill and these big ass boulders, and my first thought was, I was getting a little bit of power, if I don't get a little more altitude out of this, if I can't keep this plane at flying altitude, flying airspeed, that I'm going right between those 2 boulders. I'm going to go right between them, and that's going to tear the wings off of that airplane, and that's going to slow us down an awful lot. And that was my plan. My plan was, I'm going to put this thing someplace where the force of the wings coming off is going to get most of the speed out of the way. And then my passengers and I will get out of this wreckage, and we'll get on the phone, and we'll call the company that I rented it from, and they will call their insurance agency, and they will replace the plastic and the metal, and we're going home and having Christmas dinner because it was Christmas Eve. So that's that. All right, I said all day I'd be doing questions. I've decided I'm not going to do questions. That's just to give Eric a little heart palpitation there. We'll do some questions. Why not? Sure. It's a fun night tonight. Here they come. Here they come. Yep. We're not friends anymore. But we were friends until you decided to try to kill me. And at that point, I've lost all respect for you. I still have to get this forum updated. I have so many things that I have to get done. All right, here we go. Stratosphere Lounge questions for 12/21/23. By Marusha Dark. Thank you, Marusha. As always, thank you very much. We got a Marusha Dark. We got a Trevor D. We got a Chris Taylor. We got a Joe Roth. We got an Eric Blake. We got a Roadrunner. And it's Christmas, so let's do all of those, why don't we? Here we go. Marusha Dark. First off, happy Yule winter solstice, December 21st, which is today. Yes. By the way, for those of you who are interested in these kind of things, today is the day where ancient peoples... This was the day that ancient people, not just that essentially every human that ever lived on this earth feared more than any other. This moment today. Today is the winter solstice. Today is the day where the axial tilt of the Earth of the northern hemisphere makes the sun appear to be at its lowest point on the horizon. And tomorrow, the sun will be just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit higher. And then higher, higher, and higher, and higher. And then on March 21st, it will be equal days and equal nights, which we call equinox. It'll be the vernal equinox, and then it'll continue to summer solstice. It'll be the longest day of the year, June 21st. And then it'll go back again to the autumnal equinox on September 21st. And today is the day when this is the darkest it gets if you live in the northern hemisphere. If you live in the southern hemisphere, this is the brightest, longest day of the year. Think about that. Well, like turn the air conditioning up a bit, meaning making it warmer. That's confusing. Should I turn right here? Right. Right or left? Right. I mean correct? Yes, I mean correct. Exactly. All right. So, yes, the analemma is, I can't remember the pronunciation of it. Roadrunner's got it right. If you plot the sun, it does this weird little figure eight. And what's even weirder is one side is larger than the other side. Why would that be? It's because the Earth's orbit is not only, because the Earth's tilt's not only inclined, it's that the Earth's orbit is slightly irregular, which means it's moving slightly faster at certain times of the year, slightly closer to the sun. We are closer to the sun in northern hemisphere winter. So for those people who think that it's cold in winter because we're further away from the sun, it's not. They're not quite directly correlated, but we're closer to the sun in northern hemisphere winter than we are in northern hemisphere summer. Ain't that something? All right, here we go. So anyway, happy Saturnalia and all the rest of that stuff. Topic: Army of Psychologists. Before I read this, I will say that my theory in things to come is that we will be needing not aircraft carriers, but we will be needing mental health centers, asylums, assisted living for tens of millions of people. And I've said it's going to be the coming conflict is going to be the one between the law-abiding and the lawless. It's also going to be the conflict between the sane and the insane. And I really mean that in very specific terms. The sane and the insane. You mentioned on several occasions that the coming war won't be physical so much as psychological, and that we'll need to find an army of shrinks to serve as frontline soldiers, just as everyone should probably learn self-defense in a physical sense to protect themselves, and just as everyone should probably learn economics and law to protect their rights and provide for others, for themselves. Would it not be incumbent? I love that. That's well phrased. That's well phrased. That's superb grammar. I'm talking to an educated man or woman. Would it not be incumbent? That's lovely. It's just got a snap to it. Well done. Would it not be incumbent that each of us learns principles, psychology as well, to effectively form a mental militia, this is very brilliant as usual, both for our own sanity and to help de-escalate problems as they arise in the world? Yes, de-escalation, I talked about this earlier with the police. De-escalation is a skill. And as you've learned from the earlier part of this content warning show, de-escalation is not exactly my strong suit. At least not when I'm personally involved. If other people are involved, I suspect I'm really good at it, but not when somebody's knocking something off on my shoulder. To be the psychological equivalents of a Kyle Rittenhouse rather than waiting for the so-called experts to deal with it for us, since they're probably captured or woke by this point. I know you often speak about Jordan Peterson in relation to this topic, but I was wondering if you're familiar with Dr. Alok Kanogia, also aka Dr. K from Healthy Gamer. I'm not. I used to train under him and have tried applying his lessons to sociopolitics. His entire MO is about educating the public and what he calls AOE healing, specifically targeted at millennials and Zoomers. Some others I'd recommend are Dr. Scott Eilers and Psych2Go. What is AOE healing? Mauritius, since you're here with us in the comment section, it's a fascinating question and entirely excellent point and topics. I'm not going to... No, not AOE. What's the term is... AOE healing. I'm not inclined to Google it. I'll let the group mind do the work for me, the heavy lifting. Area of effect. It's a gaming term meaning hitting more than one target at once. Okay. So it's like throwing out... instead of shooting something, you chuck a hand grenade at it or bring some artillery down. Fire for effect, area effect weapon. Oh, that's fascinating. So area effect psychology. Yes. That's a fascinating topic. It really is. I wish Jordan Peterson would interview me too. Thank you for that, by the way, Sergio. All right, so let's think about this. So, this is a fascinating idea. This really is. It's very, 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 very clever, very deep. to some small extent, what I mentioned earlier about the way the police have rephrased their desire to have you perform a field sobriety test went from, I think you're drunk, step out of the car and we'll do some exercises, to, I'd like you to convince me that you're fit to drive home so that I can let you go home. That's a form of psychology that is applicable to pretty much anybody else who happens to be in the car, for example. I'm sorry, I just had to go to this log, and Dark Lighter says, speaking of interesting astrophysical phenomenon, I recently got to see the full solar eclipse in Roswell, New Mexico. Cue the eerie Wii U music. Yeah. In Roswell. Well, that's the thing about Roswell. The eclipses never end there. So this is this is a fascinating idea. Just the first idea, because spent the whole first mere 2-3 hours of the show talking about bullying and that whole dynamic, and fighting and no fighting and standing up and all the rest of it. And preparedness, right? So I took self-defense classes, so I had a plan. My plan was to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I was fresh out of bubblegum. I'll get to you in a second there, Lapco. Thank you. So I've seen a lot of police using area effect psychology to de-escalate situations, not only with the particular individual that they're dealing with, but also with their passengers, or sometimes with the crowd around them. The simple statement that, look, what I really would like to do is just send you on your way. That is a very effective, crazy effective line, because if you say that, you're putting the onus of your arrest on the suspect. I'm not here to arrest you. I'm here to send you on your way. I want you to go home. I don't want to arrest you. It's a lot of trouble for me. I would just like you to go home, and I just want to make sure everybody's safe to do that. That's a profoundly good piece of de-escalation psychology. I've seen more cases than I can count where police officers are going out of their way to be friendly, and this is important. I'll give you an example, a great example. It was one of the most amazing examples of police work I've ever seen, by a guy, and all of the comments, and there were hundreds of them, where this guy just needs to be the model of how everybody trains. So it was a drunk driving case. The woman actually blew a .345 or something, and when they finally got, and that was at the station. So when this officer who's been dealing with this woman who's just completely nuts, not nuts, alcoholic nuts, not like crazy nuts, just really deep into alcoholism. And when the officer, this has got to be at least a half an hour, if not an hour after she pulled over, she breathes into the machine at the police station. The other officer has been outside. This woman is being very nice to this guy because he's being nice to her, but she's basically telling everybody else in the station to F off. And so she's in her isolation room there, and she's starting to get angry and testy and combative. And this police officer, who was unbelievably good, basically rips this thing off of the machine, which has got the printout of what her blood alcohol is, and he shows it to this other police officer, and this other police officer looks. It's like she shouldn't even be alive. So she was a heavy drinker for a long time. But basically, this woman kept getting hysterical and kept wanting to get hysterical, kept hyperventilating, and as she got more and more hysterical, she started to get more and more aggressive and more combative. And this guy would say things like, he'd say, listen, I don't think you're a bad person. I know you're not a bad person. People make mistakes, and you made a mistake today, and we have to go through this process. But it doesn't mean you're a bad person, and this doesn't mean it's the end of everything either. Oh, I have a job I have to go to. I'm going to lose my license for 2 years. Well, we'll deal with that one step at a time. Right now, let's just get you home so you can do the kind of things you need to do. You know, you need to relax. You need to kind of have a chance to sober up a little bit. You know, things look dark now. They're gonna look better. It's not trivial. It's not. I'm not trying to tell you it's a great day. I'm not blowing sunshine at you. It's a really bad day for you, but it's not the end of the world. Just take a breath and one at a time. You know. And he was just so good with her. And I see so many of these police officers. There's one woman pulling this one of the most famous videos. It's called things like the most painful stop ever. There's this college girl, and she's in a parking lot, and she just starts to hyperventilate and goes into full-on panic mode, and goes from being like, she's like, I think she's wearing like a Missouri University of Missouri t-shirt. She looks like the sweetest thing ever. And then she starts to realize she's in real trouble, and then the police are saying, well, you know, we're searching, we saw this thing, open a bottle of open container of alcohol or something. And she said, you can't search my car. And he said, we didn't search your car. It's in plain sight. You have no right to search my car. And she just gets more and more amped up because she's doing all the things that she heard in school, and all of these social justice warriors, all of this nonsense they pumped into her. She's getting more and more and more and more aggressive, till finally at the point where she is not only handcuffed, she's not only handcuffed, and she's not only so there's basically like three, near as I can tell, there's like 3 levels of what they have to do with somebody. You handcuff them, put them in the back of the car. That's most of the time. More and more of the time, we're seeing 20-year-olds, and almost exclusively females, although not completely, but almost exclusively females, who get arrested. They're handcuffed. They're in the back of the car. All these police cars now, they're all driving the minivans or whatever these things are. It's a much better deal. It's easier to get in and out of. The back of the police car is one giant piece of plastic molding that you can hose down, because you got to figure everything that's going to be left in there, you know, by these hysterical people. And it's just one molded piece of plastic with a giant, you know, seatbelt. And these 23, 24, 25-year-old women are screaming like their skin's being peeled off of them. They're kicking the windows as hard as they can. They are doing what any other 4-year-old does. They are having an absolute temper tantrum. They are kicking and screaming, and it's not even like we need psychologists anymore, Marush. It's like exorcist time now, you know. And this young girl went from being reasonable to being hysterical. So you sit in handcuffs, and the entire drive back to the station is nothing but this police, you know, you bitch, you know, you this and this and this and so on, and I didn't do anything wrong, and they're just no. Eric says it's cops still on the TV. No, body cam videos. Well, TV's over anyway. Nobody watches TV anymore. But Cops was. I binge watched Cops forever. Loved that show, but this is I can't bear to see anything that's produced now. Anytime there's a news item and I see newscasters who are splitting a sentence in half to explain it to me. Terrible accident happened yesterday on the 101. A police car was, you know, okay, I got it. Thanks very much, Brett and Tracy. But this woman, police woman, said, "Look, I used to work in mental health." And she's dealing with this kid as a psychologist, as a child psychologist, you know. And she gets so out of control that they take her from level 1 to level 2. So if you keep kicking things and stuff, then they give you something to hobble you. They've got basically just a strap, and they strap your legs together so that you can't kick. But this young girl, who's a college student, got so out of control that even that didn't work, and then they had to put her in something. There's a term for it. It's basically a fiberglass taco. It's a kit. It's a kit. When I said fiberglass, I meant to say nylon. It's like a nylon taco. So police cars have this now in the trunk, and what they do is they lay it out on the ground, and they along with a number of other policemen, take you down flat on the ground, and then it's like a straitjacket. It's like a field straitjacket. And then they cross your arms and they buckle this thing up. They buckle your legs up so that you can't kick. A lot of times you'll see these people not only kicking the cars, they'll start bashing their heads as hard as they can against the windows or against the door handles. They're trying to either make a case that the police hurt them, or they're just so plain back guano crazy that they're just bashing their own heads in, and they have to be restrained. And the other thing they've got handy is the spit hood. That's the world that the police live in, where a lot of times they just have, it's just a convenient little thing. It's like a thin gauze little thing. They're handcuffed already, and it's just like a little net, almost like a mosquito net, over their heads so they can't be spitting on people. So what I've seen from police already is astonishing levels of restraint. And in my opinion, in many cases, too much bargaining with people who want to make it an argument. Of all the things I've noticed that these body cam things have in common with these young people in their 20s, late teens or early to mid 20s, is that they always think that they can talk their way out of anything. And one of the most infuriating ones of this was this one smug, drunk 19 or 20-year-old who's too young to be drinking anyway, and she gets into a 15-minute argument with a police officer about what a line is. Well, this line too thin, or, and he's just going, no, it's not too thin. Well, it's an imaginary line. Well, how far is it? She's arguing with him, and this guy can't see it, but she's arguing with him to control the situation, and she is controlling the situation. She's controlling it. This guy argues with her for 15 minutes. And then he gives her the instructions, and then she says, yeah, but when you say walk a line, I mean, how wide is the line? Well, it's just as wide as just as wide as a piece of duct tape. I don't know how wide duct tape is. I mean, is this line wide enough for me to put 1 foot in front of it? She's just trying to control it. And it's like, I would have shot her at this point, frankly. I would have just said, yeah, she was shot while escaping. But honestly, comes a point when it's like, officers, they are not trolling you so much as they're doing the one thing they know how to do, which is manipulate people, and you're falling for it. And what I've noticed is that when police make it clear right off the bat that we're not playing this game, it doesn't make them happy, but it does make them stop. It's like, we're not having this discussion. You have a right to refuse these tests. Are you going to take these tests voluntarily? Yes or no? Well, what kind of test is it? Well, I have a concussion, or I've got a bad leg. Ma'am, we're not having this discussion. It's a yes or no question. Yes or no. Well, what about this, ma'am? This last time I'm going to ask you, if I get anything other than a yes or no, I'm going to take that as a no. I'm going to take that as a refusal. But it was okay, no. Asked and answered, done. Moving on. It's great. But in terms of like self-defense for this kind of thing, the quickest way that you can probably de-escalate with somebody who's nuts is to give them something that you can both agree on. It doesn't have to be anything at all. It could be if he's wearing a Packers outfit, you got a Packers hat on. Give them something immediately that shows that you are on their side, at least in that one particular area, That is the only thing I can think of, at least right off the bat. I'm seeing more and more police. Occasionally you'll see things where you'll see like one person will be arrested at their house or threatened to be arrested by their house, and their family's out there, and everybody's egging everybody on, and it's getting higher and higher and higher. And then you'll hear the police say, listen, we don't want to take anybody to jail. We want everybody just to go home. We just want everybody to go home. Can we all just calm down so we can all go home? That kind of thing. And that really has a kind of a miraculous kind of an effect. Eric says to give him a lollipop. Yeah, a lollipop. But some of them, I couldn't do the job, because for me, one or two of them have been so unbelievably vile, and have not. I'll just come out and say it, because I'm not a police officer. I'm not advocating this. I'm saying this is what I would be tempted to do, not what I did or would do, and this is why I'm not a good policeman. But I have heard people who are so reprehensible, and are going to places that are so disgusting and so personal that I just thought, okay, that's gonna cost them 3 teeth, and this reply is gonna cost them another 2-3 teeth, and I suspect after we get 6 or 7 teeth knocked out of their mouth, they'll probably stop doing that. That's where I'm inclined to go when I see these things, because it is so it's such an attack. It's so vile. I want to say that it should be against the law, but I'm controlling that impulse to say, listen, this is fighting words are fighting words. I mean, the things that these people are saying, there needs to be some incentive for them to shut up. And many times, in fact, virtually all of these dash cam videos, when the people really get obnoxious, I kind of wish I was there, you know? I kind of wish I was there. I know I wouldn't be interfering. I certainly wouldn't be up close. But I more than not, I will usually say to myself, if I was there, I'd be the person saying, why don't you shut up, you stupid bitch? You have no idea what you're talking about. Shut up. You know? Shut up. You're the pig, not him. You're the lunatic, not him. You're the loser, not him. You're the idiot, not him. Shut up. He's not allowed to tell you that, but I am. Shut up. Just shut up. You stupid, ignorant, low-life crack whore. God, just shut up. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. I really don't. I could never do that job. I've said this a few times. There was this fairly recent event where a bunch of teens were in this McDonald's, and they were all in there acting tough and stealing stuff and just generally causing a commotion. So McDonald's calls 911, and that's a good one, Steve. I've never heard that before. That's going in the book. The McDonald's calls 911. A few police show up. The first officer on the scene says, "You're all trespassing. You all have to leave the property. Anybody who doesn't leave the property is going to be arrested." And so none of them listen. They managed to finally get 2 or 3 officers in there and just essentially push them out the door. One guy immediately goes right back in, stands in line, and he is arrested. And this guy starts unloading on this guy, and then all these other 13, 14, 15-year-olds are cursing out the police and threatening them and telling them how they're going to beat the crap out of them and all the rest of it. And the report that I first saw was eight children arrested, I think, at McDonald's. It was the headline or something. And it's like, well, they were all minors. I suppose on some level that's true. But if it had been me, it would have been 8 children shot dead by police at local McDonald's. I don't know how they take it. I just don't know how they do it. But this is an idea a concept that bears further thought, Marisha, this idea of psychological self-defense and preparedness, especially this area effect weapons. So we'll come back to this sometime. Here we go from Trevor D. Hi, Bill Taps556 here, who's been astonishing. He did an incredible video of playing taps and honor guards. He's a remarkable guy. He's a remarkable patriot, and it's always great to hear from him. I don't have a question, just wanted to pass on a word of encouragement. What you do matters. Well, see, this is what a guy like this does. He goes to funerals and makes grieving people feel good. Your content is getting out there and impacting lives for the better. The struggles with your website and the updates to your studio all matter. All of it matters. It's the blade's struggle against the whetstone that keeps it sharp. My God, man, what a fine, fine fellow you are. I can't tell you how much that means to me. Your stress-free laundry videos have kept me company since about episode 70 or so. They helped me through one of the lowest points in my life. I've since been remarried, enlisted in the military, and have a family of my own. All the while, your voice acts as a constant father figure in my ear. Thank you. Well, you're going to, I'm sorry, I can't go anywhere. I get something in my eye here. Proud to come alongside you as a member to help you in your endeavors. I wish I could do more. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for making me a better man. Merry Christmas. My God, Trevor. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you. Secondly, there is not a dollar value that can be placed upon a sentiment like that. And this applies to all of you, by the way. There's no amount of money that you could donate to the cause. There's no amount of financial support you could give me that would be as effective in terms of keeping me at this than what you just wrote there. I am terribly happy to hear. Terribly happy? I'm horrified with joy. Just made myself laugh. At the fact that you've been able to get through these tough times, and if I had anything to do with that, then all I ever did was speak to your to the better part of yourself that was always in you, just trying to find a way out of the maze. And your talent and your skill at what you do, it was so obvious in the video you sent, and I will tell you in response what I'm sure started this conversation, and that is that the ceremony that my father's funeral, my father's internment ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery is what got me writing. That's what started Eject, was I wrote a 2-page description of that, and Steve Dembest ran it on USS Clueless, and that's how I got started. But it was the experience, it was the emotional experience of what you do every day that got me started in this business. I was a good enough storyteller to be able to communicate the effect that you have on people who are in states of grief or despair or loneliness, sadness, or whatever. The ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery for my father, the only way I can put it is it didn't so much eliminate grief or sadness as it displaced it. I almost said replaced it, but displaced it is a better word. You provide so much positive emotion. There's so much comfort and pride in the respect and the precision and the care and the competence that those military funerals displace grief. There's not enough room in your emotional inventory to feel as sad as you did before that ceremony as you do when it's over, because of the wave of pride and comfort that people like you generate displaces the loss and the sadness and the grief and fills it with something that actually is actually fairly close to joy. When Major Crisp at Arlington National Cemetery said, my dad's name was Bill too, said, we welcome our brother here, our brother Bill here to lie with heroes, something very close to that. I just thought, well, everybody dies, everybody's going to lose their dad. If you're lucky, you're going to lose your dad. The worst thing that can happen to you is have your dad lose you, I think. But when he said that, it was like, this is all about something bigger than this. I understand on some level that he's speaking metaphorically. I understand on some level that it's not like after dark, all of these caskets and urns and all stuff going to open, and they're going to just have a barbecue and drink beer on the lawn. I get that aspect of it, but that's not what he meant. What he meant was the things that my father did in his life earned him a place with people here who I respect and admire enormously, and so did he. And that is an achievement. That is something he did with his life. And by the way, for those of you out there, let me be clear on this, because this is the most important point about what I'm saying here. My dad was not a military hero at all. He never was in combat. He never had a shot fired at him. He was the first person to admit that. But what he did do was he agreed to sign on the dotted line, and he agreed to go where his country asked him or told him to go, and he was ready to die for his country. So you, correct me if I'm wrong about this, if you are honorably discharged from the United States military, I believe you have I don't want to say a right exactly. You sign on the dotted line, you are saying, I am not saying I'm going to give my life for my country, but I am prepared to, I am releasing my, all of my rights and privileges, and I am voluntarily agreeing to be told to go run towards that machine gun, and that's what I'm doing when I sign on this dotted line. And I'm saying that for all of those of you out there in the military or thinking about joining the military. This is not something, getting to Arlington and getting that respect and getting that that honor and that sense of achievement is not something that my dad achieved through heroism in battle. It's something that my dad achieved through heroism by signing on the dotted line. That was the act of heroism. That's the act of heroism that everybody that joins the military commits. Most of them are fully conscious of it. Virtually all of them are. But that's it. When you enlist in the military, that is an act of courage and honor. You are giving up your rights and your freedom, and not just your political rights or freedom, but just you're essentially giving up the fundamental biological freedom to run away from things that are trying to kill you. And you do that for whatever reasons, but ultimately you are doing it for us. And that's what the respect is about. That's what the uniform is about. On his avatar here is a perfectly fit young man, immaculate. I'm looking at a picture this big without glasses, like looking at a quarter from across the room. But even from then, you could tell, immaculately groomed, immaculately uniformed. Every single aspect of the external appearance is correct to the millimeter and spotless. And that is not for him. And it's not even for the guy that's going into the ground. That's for the wife and kids and parents of the guy that's going into the ground. That commitment to perfection, that commitment to that external perfection of the honor guard is not easy to achieve. It's not a simple thing to look that good. And in order to look that good, you have to have the respect needed to go to this trouble. And that's the message. That's it. And to hear words like that coming from somebody like you with a picture like that, doing what you do on a daily basis, is more moving and heartwarming and motivational than anything you could possibly imagine. So, needless to say, thank you for that. I am learning to not just reflexively throw away such kind words by saying things like, I certainly don't deserve this compared to the people that do, but I have come to realize that is actually rather insulting, and I would never think about insulting you that way. So thank you very much for those extraordinarily kind words. Chris Taylor. Doo-doo, doo-doo. If you haven't seen it, I posted yesterday, I think, on BillWhittle.com as we record this, in our ephemera version. That's why I'm so happy to have come up with that. How else am I going to do this? Just clicking through my little YouTube march, and I just saw something that was interesting on a thumbnail, clicked it. It's a music channel, and the guy did a mix-up of the Pink Panther and James Bond themes, and it's just awesome. Chris Taylor. Bill, if global events like World War II serve to synchronize fourth turnings around the world, and if potential crises are always happening around the world but don't develop as long as the society's response mechanisms are healthy, and if, despite its problems, the United States is still one of the less unhealthy major countries, then how likely do you think it is that the current fourth turning crisis will start in some other country with something Americans won't recognize at first? Interesting question. And is it just coincidence that two of the major developed nations furthest along the path of social decay this cycle, China and Germany, are also two countries where the previous fourth turning, World War II Pacific and European, kicked off. The Chinese probably have a bit of an argument about whether they kicked off the Pacific conflict or the Japanese did, but the point is that those areas were overstressed to the point of breaking. P.S. On last week's show, you mentioned dynamic soaring, where a sailplane can attain very high speeds using the difference in wind velocity above and below a mountain. Birds also do this. Theoretically, you should be able to do the same thing with a solar or magnetic sail spacecraft around a planet's magnetotail or other reasons, with sharp gradients in solar wind velocity. Just last year, Laruturo, Higgins, and Greason, would that be Jeff Greason? It must be. Published an interesting paper suggesting that techniques for propellantless interplanetary or interstellar precursor missions. Merry Christmas. My God, where do we find people like you? Wow, that's fantastic. I got a quick super chat here. Bill, you always go to the Constitution to find what sovereign citizens believe in, but it's not it. The Articles of Confederation, which guarantee the rights of free travel, read them and you will get it. I will read them, and I'm certainly not trying to be flip because I'm always very grateful for new information. But my unless my history is off, the law of the land is it's Constitution and not the previous Articles of Confederation, and we live in the laws of the land we live in. So it would be very interesting, however, to talk about that and see where the argument comes from. I understand the argument, I get it, and frankly, to be perfectly honest with you, as I've said before, if I had to make a choice between a society that was too much of a police state versus not enough of one, I'm going to go with the not enough of one, but that was a fun conversation earlier. Okay. Well, first of all, Chris, it's a very Merry Christmas present to be in the company of people who are telling me that it is possible to use dynamic soaring techniques to increase your velocity by essentially riding the gradient between essentially the heliopause of the solar system. What we tree apes have accomplished and accomplish on a daily basis is so astonishing that I refuse to refer to ourselves as tree apes anymore. The human beings are, without question, they're not only the most remarkable species I can imagine, we're the most remarkable species I think we can imagine. I cannot conceive of anything that's remotely approximate to human inventiveness and intelligence. By the way, as a quick aside, make sure I get this right. I found on YouTube, and it's uneven, but I was lucky because I landed on a couple of good ones. I think it comes from Reddit, so even Reddit can occasionally do things right. But there's a science fiction subgenre called HFY. Why not? We're still on. This is the Content Warning Show. HFY stands for Humanity. Fuck yeah! And it is about. These are science fiction stories that deal with humans dealing with other alien cultures, and they include all of our foibles and all of our defects, and in every one of them, we are just ass kicking. And they're fabulous. They're just tremendous pieces of fiction, and I love them because they're such a great antidote to this whole humans are cancer on the planet, and we're just such warlike stupid people, and the world would be better off without us. Go piss off, honestly, just piss off. These HFY science fiction stories are all like about these various aliens, or they're so ruthless, or this or that, and one of them basically was. We thought that we could get into a fight with humans because we were technologically superior with them. But what we didn't realize is that humans are fighting against each other all the time. They're the most effective warriors in the galaxy, because if there's nobody else to fight, they'll fight with each other. And when they fight with each other, they're fighting with the deadliest species in the galaxy. Don't mess with the humans. Leave that's about the only line I can remember from Star Trek Enterprise, which is the last of the Star Trek, by the way, because I've got some things to say about canon in 2024. But I think that's the line that the Andorians have, right? The Andorians not big fans of humans. They call us pink skins as an insult, but isn't that a line from Enterprise? Never push the pink skins out onto the thin ice. I love that kind of ass-kicking kind of, humans. It's like, oh, they're pretty unassuming. They're not particularly big, don't have big claws or anything. But don't push them out on the thin ice. Robert Wiseman here is a man who loves Stanley Kubrick. Nice photo of Dave behind you. Yes, it is. In fact, I'm glad you called my attention to that. I'll come back to the World War II thing in a second there, Chris. Let me see if I can do something here. Take a look at this. We're going to go places where no man has gone before. We're going to reach levels of zoom that have not ever been reached before on the Stratosphere Lounge. So everybody brace yourself. Strap in, it's going to be a zoomy ride. Ah! That's pretty horrifying. That's even more horrifying. Okay, so take a look at that. Hang on, come on, can I get it? See it? Yeah, that's good enough. Just take a look at that. I don't know why we didn't see more of Keir Dullea. He's a superb actor, and it's hard to see because the image is so zoomed in. Look in the Apollo 11 What We Saw series, my favorite moment by far, turns out it was Burt Rutan's favorite moment too, because he read it verbatim from a transcript at Oshkosh and was crying while he did it. But I did about 3 or 4 minutes on that picture of Neil Armstrong in the LEM after the spacewalk, and his expression. And there's so much in this frame. Great filmmakers, really extraordinary, brilliant filmmakers like Kubrick. In fact, Kubrick is probably the greatest example ever. I might add at this point, by the way, that high on the list of people that will be coming in Story Mechanics, which obviously is going to be pushed to January of 2024, but nevertheless they are coming, is my good friend Adam Baldwin, who spent quite a time working on a daily basis with Stanley Kubrick in Full Metal Jacket, so it'd be fun to talk to him about that. But really great directors and sometimes great cinematographers. We would say in films that every frame they shoot is a poster. Every frame is a poster. Now that's obviously not true, but in Kubrick's case, every one of them is a pretty damn good picture. But this frame is so perfect because of all of the things that's going on here. First of all, this is an extremely intelligent guy, Dave Bowman. He's the best of the best. Dave Bowman is Neil Armstrong. There's no question about that. Dave Bowman is Neil Armstrong. So this is not only humanity's smart, it's not technically speaking the smartest human on the planet. He's up there. He's in the top 10th of 1%, but he is the most capable. He's the most capable human on the planet. That's why he's commanding the mission to Jupiter. And here is this guy who is the pinnacle of human civilization, the pinnacle of it. And he's clothed in all of our technological glory. He's in a spacesuit. He's inside the chamber of a memory chamber of a AI supercomputer. He's at the pinnacle of wonder. He is the living poster child of the age of miracles that is 2001: A Space Odyssey. The very, very best man in a high-tech environment, in the most highly technologically advanced little corner of the universe that exists. And he is seeing something that is so shocking to him that he has gone back to macaque mode. This is the exact same expression that a macaque monkey makes when it sees something it doesn't understand. He is no longer. He's still a student. Hey, we're good, thanks.
Hi.
We're fine, thanks.
I need
No, we're fine, thanks.
Okay.
Merry Christmas. Okay, bye bye. He is seeing something that is so astonishing that he's reacting to it. His jaw is open. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing such an incredible level of intelligence, and to see a man who is this intelligent and this capable reduced to slack jaw amazement is Kubrick's way of saying this is a pretty big effing deal. This reveal that we put these guys on board, Poole, Kaminsky, and Hunter, if I remember. Not Poole. Kaminsky, Hunter, and it's a Eastern European name. The three guys who were in hibernation. So this is a big deal, and all of this is done not with special effects. Oh, hey, take that. It's not Frank Poole and it's not Dave Bowman. The three guys in hibernation: Hunter, Kaminsky, and what is the third guy's name? I forgot. That's good to hear about the 40K movie. But this is what Stanley Kubrick's doing here. And by the way, it's not just Stanley Kubrick. This isn't Stanley Kubrick. This is Keir Dullea. This is what an actor could do. Michael Bolton. That's a good trivia question, actually. Whitehead. Yes, Whitehead sounds right, Dave. Whitehead's put a question mark there, but yes, Whitehead, Kaminsky, and Hunter, I think. Kimball. Thank you, Kimball, Kaminsky, and Hunter, I think. What shockingly undiverse names. But this is the human part of the acting. Because Stanley Kubrick knows what he needs, but Stanley Kubrick can't deliver what he needs. Although you could make the argument that yes, he can deliver what he needs because he delivered Keir Dullea, and Keir Dullea knocked this thing out of the park. This was an extraordinarily difficult role. And the reason that Dave Bowman is such a difficult role is because of what he has to do that's not in the script. So you've got this is why I hated First Man so much. What Keir Dullea is doing here, a macaque is not a monkey. It's starting to look like Batman here, at Dutch angle. What Keir Dullea is doing here is he's got to show a guy who has been selected for his lack of emotion. Let me rephrase that. For his control of emotion. Dave Bowman's job in 2000, the character's job in the story 2001, is to show that the most intelligent, disciplined, emotionally controlled human is undergoing an experience that has at one time got to show you is mind-blowing, and at the same time has to see, I actually love talking about this because I learned so much myself. Bowman sees things that should have driven anybody crazy, even the best among us. He's the best human there is. So he sees and experiences things that should have driven him crazy. But he didn't go crazy. Bowman never goes crazy in this movie. he has a moment. It's a freeze frame of his eye, like this when he's in the Stargate. But that's just, well, I guess he's kind of spooked or afraid or seeing things that he can't comprehend. But he never, ever, ever, he never goes insane. That's how tough he is. That's how spectacularly human he is. Yeah, David Booty's right. Bowman keeps his shit together. Bowman doesn't lose his shit when he sees the secrets of the universe, galaxies exploding. He doesn't lose control, and that's just astonishing to me. Absolutely astonishing. That's why I love this movie so much. 2001 has been well described as not a science fiction movie. It is a religious movie, and it is a masterpiece. Parenthetically, somewhere in my youth, I read a book about the making of 2001, and a young woman, I want to say she was a teenager, I want to say she was in high school, wasn't even really a critique, wrote like an analysis of all of the symbology in 2001 and what these things meant, and sent it in, and Kubrick wrote her back, and apparently called her back, and said, this is astonishing. She broke down everything. I don't know if maybe this was a thing I noticed about 2001 and wasn't really sure about this. Check this out. Let me zoom back in again. Oh yeah, don't do that. That's terrifying. Look at this. Look at the reflections of the memory units and the HAL. Come on. Look at this. Okay. See them? Right there. I did not notice this until very, very recently. But did anybody else realize that those memory, he's basically lobotomizing Hal. So Hal's got all of these crystalline memory chips, which are the things you're looking at, and he goes through and very carefully removes all of Hal's higher cortical functions while leaving his autonomous systems alive to run the ship. Has anybody else ever noticed that these white crystals that make up Hal's mind are precisely the same shape as the monolith? That they have the exact same dimensions as the monolith? The monolith, this is Arthur C. Clarke. The monolith has the dimensions of 1 to 4 to 9. 1 by 4 by 9. And the reason it's 1 by 4 by 9 is because those are the square of the first three numbers. And so the monolith is so perfect and has such a spookily otherworldly look at it because it is a mathematical masterpiece. It's 1 squared plus 2 squared. It's 1 squared by 2 squared by 3 squared. And I've seen 2001 so many times, and then I realized Hal's consciousness is made up of glowing crystals that are 1 by 4 by 9. Hal's mind is the monolith. There's that and many others, but I had never heard anybody say that before. I think if anybody else has noticed it, I'm not aware of it. But that's all. I'm sure it was just a coincidence. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, just to wrap up here with Chris about is it possible that the fourth turning is going to come from somewhere other than America? I suspect not. And the reason why I suspect not, and I don't want to take this as gospel because this is certainly the quickest way to prove yourself an idiot, but to be honest with you, Chris, reason I don't think that the next crisis is going to come from overseas is because I don't think there's anything overseas that is a crisis for us. I don't think there's anything overseas. I don't worry about any foreign threats. There's not on the board. I don't worry about Russia. Don't worry about China. Don't worry about all of them together. I don't see a single thing out there that I would consider to be an external threat to this country that I don't think we are well prepared to handle, even though they're being eroded. But our ability to handle foreign threats are being eroded from within. I don't see any way that this is coming from outside. I think this is 100% civil war kind of. Now, this is going to be about us. It's going to be about us and what our biology has become, and because of our biology, what our biology and our psychology have become, given the amount of affluence that we've had for the length of time that we've had it. And we are not built for prosperity. We're built for adversity. Be nice if it weren't true, but there's no other way to get here. You can't get from Moonwatcher to Dave Bowman with creatures that are comfortable with prosperity. The only pathway from Moonwatcher to Dave Bowman is through adversity, is adaptation that's selecting for adversity. So, be nice if it were different, but if it were different, we wouldn't be here having the argument. Got Joe Roth, got Eric Blake, got Roadrunner. I have to go a little faster with these, but I will do them all because it's Christmas, by golly. Who am I to deprive anyone of the priceless gift of my random opinions on things? But again, I'm not going to be the guy to be that insulting. Joe Roth. Trump is off the 2024 ballot in Colorado. More states to follow in these footsteps unless the Supreme Court intervenes. I perceive that this is something like the nuclear option. I say good. And not only say good, I say good, and I'm glad that they're doing it now and not doing it 2 weeks before the election, because, like everybody else, these people are desperate and they're panicking. So we got plenty of time to deal with this. I'm not saying it's not serious. It's extremely serious. Pearl Harbor was serious too, but I'm just glad that Pearl Harbor wasn't followed by, the invasion of the United States the next day while we were still just trying to grasp what the hell was going on. I perceive this totalitarian move by the Colorado Supreme Court as a declaration of war on the American people by the establishment. I perceive it that way too. Every other conservative perceives it that way, and a significant number of even liberals perceive it that way. If we handle this with any degree of astuteness, which means 50-50, we can convince most Americans that this is, in fact, intolerable. As a declaration of war on the American people by the establishment, if they keep this up and take away our choice to vote for whomever we please, I think that could spark a revolt the likes of which we haven't seen in our lifetimes, and justifiably so. I couldn't agree more. How would that look? I don't know. All I know is that it made me incredibly angry to the point where I really want to see a lightning bolt zap from the sky and fry all of these people out of existence. I feel like now this is war. What say you, Bill? I say I agree. More to come. By the way, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. 2024 is going to be a roller coaster ride. Yes, it is. We'll ride that roller coaster together. Thank you for the question, Joe. I might have missed a super chat earlier. If I did, my sincere apologies. Just real quick, here we again with Log of Dark Lighter says, one of the best analogies for humans I've heard is that it fits the HFY genre. Is this? Humans are like a non-Newtonian fluid. Normally we're soft and squishy, but apply pressure and we toughen up fast. Yeah, well, that's a nice segue into what I think we're facing here, too. So, yes, of course, it's a declaration of war. And I have given up hope. I suspect, if I had to bet, I suspect that the Supreme Court will overturn this. But if the Supreme Court doesn't overturn it, I will be disappointed, but not very disappointed because there's not much more disappointment left in me. I certainly won't be surprised if they don't. So, this is the act of desperate people. And every time they do whatever they think they can do to hurt Trump, all it does is make him stronger. It makes his case stronger. The best thing that Donald Trump said, by far, nothing even comes close to this, because he's not a rhetorical genius. Donald Trump, he's a genius in many ways, but soaring rhetoric is not what I would give him, nor would I give him a very high level of eminable he's not really high on the quothiness. But when Donald Trump said, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just in their way, that was profoundly excellent rhetoric, because it is true and simple, and everybody gets it. Eminently quotable. I had to kind of reset there, reboot. Yes, that's what Trump needs to run on. I think he's certainly smart enough to do it. But basically, that should be the entire campaign. They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm in their way, and that's why they're trying to destroy me. They can't destroy you until they destroy me. That would be the whole campaign for me, 100%. So look, we got into this trouble. This is designed to cheer you up, because I am actually, once I realized the whole cyclical nature of this, my attitude towards the future did a 360. I love it when people say that. My attitude about the future did a 180 when I bought into this cyclical theory, because I used to think things were over. And then I just realized, no, I think they're just over for this cycle. And that means that the next cycle will be following, and the next cycle is going to be awesome. So yes, of course it's war. Joe, you're 100% right. It's war. It's absolutely war. It's an open declaration of war, and it is a desperate move. This is a move. This is what desperate people do. The fact that he is being removed from the. Let's remember one of my other prouder moments. Let's remember Whittle's first law of American politics. When the optics on something are so horrible, the only possible explanation is that the alternative optics are worse. So, legally removing a candidate from the ballot is so appalling that the only explanation for it is that the alternative for the people that made this decision was worse. And that alternative is Trump getting reelected. They don't pull him off the ballot 11 months before an election unless they are 100% convinced that he's going to win, and win bigger than the margin of fraud. That there's no other reason to do that. You don't have to if you're convinced you can beat this guy, and by beat him I mean if you're convinced you can out-cheat him, you don't have to do this, because it makes you look, well, as Robert Woodman just pointed out, scared, weak, and desperate Dems. That makes them dangerous. Yes, they look scared, weak, and desperate. That's what it all is. And if you are confident you're going to win, you're going to do this. Even if you're confident that you can cheat to win, you're not going to do this. This is a panic move. The raid on Mar-a-Lago was panic. They could not have done anything to make his case stronger. And Trump seems to be having no trouble whatsoever making this point, and that is simply this. Look at what they're doing to me, and I am a billionaire, former president of the United States of America, and this is what they are doing to me. What do you think they can do to you if they can do this to me? And then the question is, why are they doing this to me if I was on their side? Any questions? No? Okay, let's vote. P7 2017 says, Bill, they as much said as it wasn't legal, which is why they built a stay into the decision. Okay. These people, thank God, are so stupid. They're just plain stupid. They're just low IQ individuals, and they are not only low IQ individuals, but they are low IQ individuals who are deeply irrevocably inside of their own echo chambers and are so deep in the echo chambers they don't even realize they're in an echo chamber. I, on the other hand, realize that I'm often in an echo chamber, which puts me on my guard against echo chamber thoughts, because there's no question that we all associate with people who tell us things that we like to hear because it's pleasant to hear things you like to hear. I'd much rather hear, hey, Bill, you really made a big change in my life, other than the fact that I'd rather hear that than somebody saying, you're the most miserable bastard that ever lived, and I don't like your hair at all. That'd be unbearable for me. But they're so locked into this that they cannot shake the idea. And this is the idea that they've had since Trump arrived on the scene. If we can find enough dirt on him, they think, then Trump's supporters will wake up to the fact that Trump is what they consider to be a bombastic, vulgar, aggressive, sexual predator, traitor, businessman, con man, narcissist, all of this stuff. They think that if they turn one more card over, that will be the card that will get the supporters of Trump to wake up to who Trump really is. This is what they believe. This is how stupid they are. You could make this case in 2016, but 8 years later, no. They still think that if they put enough mud on him, his supporters will wake up and say, oh, wait a minute, Trump's not the good guy we thought he was. And these frickin' idiots don't understand that from the moment he came down the escalator, everybody that supports Trump understands and believes that not that everything that they say is true, but that it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to us. We all believe that virtually all of these charges are invented. In fact, probably all of them are invented, and that Donald Trump has done things that we're not aware of, that we wouldn't approve of, and we don't care. It's not that we don't care because we don't care about that. It's because we know what the immediate threat to our lives is, and the immediate threat to our lives is control of our lives by these elitist, inhuman, unhuman morons with power trips. And this guy is the only guy with the moral courage and the skin thick enough, even though he acts like a thin-skinned guy. If he was a real thin-skinned guy, he wouldn't be in this game. He is the only thing that stands between us and them. He's the only person with the courage to call them out. And so there is nothing you can tell us about Donald Trump that will make us change our mind. The more you persecute him, the stronger the need for him becomes. The more you persecute him, the more we need him. They cannot understand it. They're just too locked into their own utopianism and their own contempt. That's really what drives it, is their contempt for common people. They think that we are so stupid that we don't realize that Donald Trump has all of these flaws. They think that we're so stupid that they will eventually be able to uncover evidence that will make us realize, wow, the guy really did commit some shady illegal deals or whatever. I don't believe he did. I think given the amount of time that they've had to go after him, I don't think he's guilty of anything. But honestly, at this point, I don't care. Because if Donald Trump was guilty of everything that they said, if he was a perpetually lying criminal fraud, if he was everything that they say he was, if he was all of that, he's still far less of a danger than the people that are trying to shut him up. Those are the people that we have to worry about. I don't care anymore. I don't care. He could be guilty of everything and more, and I don't care. I know where the threat is. And this is the thing that they don't understand. Yeah, Dave Chappelle, who's not a Trump fan or a conservative fan by any means, but he was talking about when he saw Trump in that debate, and he's got a bit where he says, I was watching this debate with Hillary, and Hillary says, well, you've done everything you can to avoid paying taxes, and he says, well, of course I have. And Chappelle says, damn. He went there? He said, yeah, he went there. He said, and Chappelle says, got to respect that, guy's actually telling the truth. He's saying the system is built a certain way, and he's taking advantage of the system. It's like that's honesty. So I say the same thing about Donald Trump on the eve of 2024 that I said when I first heard of him in 2016 or 2015 even. I go right back to Abraham Lincoln and the repeated, not only repeated but credible assaults and accusations leveled against Ulysses S. Grant. He's a drunk. He's this. He's that. And Lincoln had heard it all, and he knew that most of it was false, but some of it was true. And Lincoln said, "I cannot spare this man. He fights." Beautiful, perfect, simple. It's not 5 paragraphs. In fact, that's a deeper sentence than I even realized. "I cannot spare this man. He fights. Everything you say that are trying to convince me not to select him may in fact be true, but it's not relevant." I've made this distinction before too. I liked earlier when I said just because something's logical doesn't mean it's reasonable. Just because something is important doesn't mean it's relevant. Whether or not the President of the United States is in fact a legal criminal is important, but it's not relevant this time around. Not with the stakes where they are. It's not even the stakes. Not with the, when you're trying to save us, when you're trying to correct a system that is built on lawlessness, which is what the progressives have built. They've built a lawless United States. It's actually almost funny to hear them say that this guy is a lawbreaker and therefore you shouldn't vote for him. You're the ones that made this a lawless country, not us. You're the ones that gave us no other choice. You're the ones that destroyed Mitt Romney, and I'm not going to get into the Romney thing, but all of it, right? All of it. All Republicans are evil, racist bastards. Okay, you're the ones who have continuously weaponized this government, weaponized the political system, weaponized the media, weaponized the truth. You weaponize everything. You weaponize everything. Can't go to a football game anymore without hearing your weaponization of everything for your political gain and your personal power that you would never achieve on a flat level playing field because nobody wants the garbage you're selling, and so you have to cheat to get it. So fine. We don't care anymore. We don't care. You have created this world, and we cannot spare this man because he fights you. I don't care what he's done. I don't. I don't care. And it bothers me that I don't care. It bothers me that I'm in a place where I have to accept this, but I do accept it, and I willingly accept it, and I don't have any second doubts or hesitations about it at all, period. Anybody who's standing up to you, lawless swine, and your elitist perversion of this most beautiful human creation ever, anybody who's going to stand up and fight you is good enough for me. And I'll take all the warts that come with that person. All of them. Doesn't mean I have to like them, and it doesn't even mean I'm not going to criticize them. But to hell with you. No. And you're so bloody stupid. You're so stupid. I've actually forgotten. How did Hercules defeat the Hydra? I remember that Hercules fought the Hydra. It's a 7-headed animal, like 7-headed snake kind of thing. And every time he cut off a head, 2 would grow in its place. How did he beat that? I remember the myth. I don't remember the resolution. Because this is the problem. Was it fire? Fire. Great. Kill it with fire. That's one of my favorite It's one of my favorite internet memes. He burned the necks. Fire, fire, fire. Okay, great. So this is their problem. See, Trump is the Hydra, and they keep thinking, well, all we have to do is just keep chopping off heads, and every time they chop off a head, two come back. They can't beat him because he can't, because the people opposing Trump have no idea what Trump is or what he represents. That's why they keep chopping off his head, and two more keep growing back. Every time they fight him, he gets stronger. If they really wanted to beat Trump, they would change their strategy. They'd go from chopping off heads, they'd go to fire. They'd think of a new way to deal with Trump. And the new way to deal with Trump, if I was really serious about it, it seems to me my knee-jerk reaction that the way to beat Trump would be as nice to Trump as possible. I think that my gut tells me that what they're trying to do is helping him so much that if you completely altered what they're trying to do, that would actually hurt him. So since they're doing everything to throw mud at him, I think probably the best thing they could do to beat Trump would be to basically say he's a fine statesman. Just stop giving me reasons to support such a flawed individual. It's devious and it's evil, but if I was in charge of this devious, evil, progressive political philosophy, I would simply look at the evidence and say, well, we've been hacking heads off as much as we can, and this seven-headed creature that we started dealing with now has 48,962 heads, and this isn't working. So if we attack him and he gets stronger, then logically, although just because it's logical doesn't mean it's reasonable, but logically, if we attack him and he gets stronger, what if we defended him? And I got a vague feeling in the back of my head that if you did this right, you might find a way that by defending him, you could make him weaker. By defending him, you take away the reason for people to vote to support this flawed man. And if you do enough of that, then his flaws become predominant rather than the fact that he's fighting becomes predominant. See where I'm going with that? I think that would actually work. I'm certainly positive that they're not smart enough to understand that, because they're really not smart people. They're just loud. We got Eric Blake and we got a Roadrunner. All right. The man in the hat in the office tonight. Come in if you tell bullies to fuck off. We got the past, might as well use them. I'm going to use up all the F-bombs. I almost said for the next year, but I realized, no, I'm just drawing down slightly on my reserves that I built up over 13 years of wanting to say this. By the way, about this episode and the content warning, my language is considerably, my everyday language is much worse than what you hear. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not like, yay. And I'm certainly not saying I'm conning you. I'm just saying that in the same way that we spoke earlier about this tremendous compliment from a man on an honor guard, he does that to respect the audience, and I do my very best to control my language out of respect for the audience. It doesn't bother some people, but it does bother others, and I don't need it, except under certain circumstances. And there was no way for me to tell this story by saying F you. There's just not way. So anyway, that's it. So Billy, your story got me thinking, oh no, how many of these lefty deep state actors can be classified as bullies, and would dealing with them as one deals with bullies therefore be the solution? Sure seems to me that Trump and Vivek in particular see it that way in light of recent events. I myself have a theory that cancel culture is essentially the non-physical form of bullying. So what do you think? Absolutely right on, exactly on the money. Yes. And this goes well to the opening story of the night in terms of standing up to somebody who's smacking on your car and making unreasonable demands that you provide evidence that you are in no authority to demand and mind your own fucking business. Yes. The one thing I do notice, and this is so obvious that I can't. I just can't believe that that it's not widely seen. Every time you stand up to these people, they back down. Every time. When you well, take Bud Light. When Bud Light made this mistake, we didn't back down. They did everything that they could. What did I do? Did I do earwaxing or something? I'm not aware that I did any earwaxing. But so they did something that was extremely offensive to us, and that was a beer can too far, apparently. So we boycotted them, and then they said, "Oops," and they said, "Well, it wasn't really part of our campaign, so that's a step backwards." And then they said, "Well, now let's give the idiots what they want. Here's some horses and an American flag, so that ought to make them happy." That didn't work. Then didn't they do like a camouflage beer can, like support our military, which just was more pandering, and that didn't work. And so we basically took them from the number one selling beer in America to seventh. Last figure I heard was that this thing cost them $27 billion. But that you can say that's doubling down, but it's not doubling down because they didn't double down. When they were confronted, they said it's not an official Bud Light commercial, it's just an affiliate thing. Then they completely pulled Dylan off of the thing and gave us what they thought would work and so on. My point is, if they had, that's backing down. What's not backing down is to say, hey, transgendered people have the same rights as everybody else, all you Bud drinkers, and we'd rather go out of business than back our friend Dylan Mulvaney here, who is a fine representative who've been proud to support us from the beginning and who has our continuing support for all time. You can all just go pound sand and we're backing Dylan, and if you don't like it, you can just go drink some other beer. That's what them standing up is. And they didn't do that. They backed down immediately. They ran for the hills. They always run for the hills. Gillette runs for the hills. They are convinced that they are convinced because the executives have liberal leanings, and they bring in these advertising groups and all of these young hipsters who are telling them, "Man, you're losing your audience." That woman who did it's not the. Hang on one second. Excuse me. Hold on one second. This call I have to take. Hey, sweetheart, how are you? I'm good. I'm still on the show. I know it's only 4 hours. We're hitting 4 hour territory. How are you? Okay. You can hang out with your friends for a while? Excellent. Great. I'm almost done. I've almost got these idiots. I mean these audience members. I've almost got them. I've almost got them convinced we're done. So I'll call you back as soon as I'm done. I'll be done in 10 minutes probably. And sooner if I can convince these morons that they've gotten their money's worth already. No, don't worry, Monty. Don't worry. I've got the microphone muted here. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Actually, it turns out I probably don't. All right, sweetheart. I'll call you when I'm done. All right, sweetheart. Love you. See you soon. Okay, baby. Bye-bye. So yes, so they are bullies, and when you stand up to bullies, they back down. None of them stand up. You know, when take, it's hard to say, it's hard to get the words out, but take Justice Jackson, right? Can you tell me what a woman is? Well, Senator, I'm not a biologist. That's backing down. Not backing down is, can you tell us what a woman is? Well, yes, I can, Senator. A woman is a human being who identifies as a woman. That's what a woman is. Any other questions? You're saying that a man who believes he's a woman is a woman? Yes, 100%, absolutely. If a man is convinced that he's a woman, then he's a woman. He's not kind of a woman, he's a woman. That is the definition of a woman. That's what them standing up sounds like. But you never hear this because they never stand up. Ever. They always back down, always run for the hills, always. I'm not a biologist is a way of saying I'm not going to answer your question truthfully because I know that the consequences will be bad for me. So, I am too ashamed of what I believe to tell you the truth. That's what she's saying. And everybody knows it. They always back down, Eric. Always. That's why you have to be confronted at all times. Which kind of, again, comes back to the situation with this guy earlier today. I was not in the mood to take any more bullshit from these people. I'm just not gonna take any more. I've had enough of it. You know? I'm not gonna just... No. Piss off. Had enough. I'm done. And I've been done for a long time. So, boom. There you go. And we'll end with Roadrunner. Hail and well met, friend William. And to you as well, Roadrunner, as always. I keep seeing you wearing your Major Mace Mattingly and Colonies t-shirts. They're experimental, but yes, I'm getting the hang of them. Will they be available for purchase from your humble audience? They will be, as will so many other places. So many other things. It's probably a good way to wrap this thing up. Is that, oh, by the way, I also enjoyed your use of Fascination as your Petula Clark, I Have a Place intro music. I'll keep running the animation from now on because Mike deserved it, frankly, as much as Petula does. So thank you very much for that. Got a super chat here. Let me just catch this real quick. Gotta run. Don't worry about my last chat. I'll just catch you another time. Have a Merry Christmas, Bill, and seriously, go see Godzilla -1. I've heard it's great, by the way. Heard it's great. Okay, so we'll just wrap up with this here. Based on what you're saying there about Major Mace Mattingly colonies and stuff, yes, all of this is true. The larger point is that I wanted to make. Colonies. Next time, like for example, next time you see this little, see this. You can obviously see the square, but I can make that clear. Next time, if I were to do this, I would just mat out all of the sky, and I just have the blue sky be the sky, and you wouldn't see the square at all. You just see the letters in the ship. So that's just a small example. Yes, all of this will be for sale, and having learned from experience over the years that I don't want to print 10,000 t-shirts. We'll do a cafe press kind of thing where I don't have to buy a bunch of stuff in advance. I don't have to handle the shipping or the handling or anything. They send you to the website, you pick your size and your color, they print it and send it to you. They get your money, and they send me some of it. We'll be doing that. We'll be doing it with mugs and everything because that is a sustainable way for a small organization like this to do this. Obviously, we would make a little more money if we took the risk and had the resources of having entire staff, but I'm not interested in that. Frankly, it's not that I don't want the money. I'll take it, but I'm much more interested in the branding and getting the message out there. Which brings me to my close for the night here. It was end of September, I think. I basically put out this appeal, started talking about all of this stuff, and announced the new website. And I had been given a bid that said it would be done in 3 days, and it's been 10 or 11 weeks. I've talked a lot about having. We had shown you the radio for John Voight, all of this stuff. I was expecting this stuff to be done certainly by the middle of October, if not the end of October. And here it is, not only the end of October or the end of November, it's the end of December. And I don't know what to say about it other than just I've been here working my tail off trying to get all this stuff going. However, 2024, we are kicking all of these things off. I've got I've got 10 days to finish the script for Daily Wire, the Frank Luke script. And I have kept trying to find a way to do the backdrop for Story Mechanics. I had that banner that I loved. I showed you the banner. It looked great. I can see your chat, Jeff. The banner looked great. I was so happy with it. Printed it up, held it up, showed it to everybody, put it against the back wall, turned on the other camera. It's invisibly small. What am I going to do about this? Well, I got a little Epson laser projector, and I ordered a screen which is 10 feet wide that I can hang on that wall, but I didn't realize that 10 feet wide means I have to get a moving company to get that thing over here. So tomorrow or the next day I'll be hiring either a moving company or I'll get a U-Haul. I'm going to bring Gary Sinise's wheelchair in. I'm going to put that screen on that wall. And I'm expecting to roll all this stuff out in 2024. And I just wanted to apologize for not having gotten to it sooner. If I had known it would have taken this long, I would have said so. But obviously, and in my defense, let me just say this. We all know about build time and all the rest of it. And I get all of that. And I am not good at estimating the amount of time on things. And I'll own all of that. But I have had, for some reason, the most astonishing streak of just plain, I'm not being a victim about this, just plain bad luck, where things that should, I have spent for the last 2-3 months, I'm spending 95% of my effort and time fixing things that should work, software that should work, things that just should work aren't working. And I don't know why that is. I just know it's extraordinarily frustrating, and I don't like keeping people waiting, especially when I have a reputation for being late on things. Part of that, maybe the biggest part of that is me not being able to estimate. I'm always optimistic about things because I think, well, this will be easy and nothing to it. I'm going to own all of that. But there have been just a string of things that have this should not be a 10-week process. And it just was. And in any event, I wanted to apologize for all of that. I also suffer from the Stanley Kubrick, Orson Welles disease. Mobile Moto says, I refuse to delegate. I'd love to disagree with you about on this one, pal. I love to delegate. I do not have anybody to delegate it to. If there was anybody who could handle it, I would be delighted. When I work with Daily Wire and they turn this over to the editors, like the ones who did Empire of Terror, I've still not gotten a release date on that. I delivered my stuff on time. We got the edits in on time. I don't know what happened on that end, probably because they're all in Europe. But I love delegating. It's just a question of, I have two issues. One is I don't have enough money to hire an army of the people that I would like to do. And more importantly, I love to delegate things to people who can do as good a job as I can or better. When we did Apollo 11, it was the high point of my life to see the stuff come back much better than it was when I recorded it and wrote it. They added a ton of stuff that made it much better. So it wasn't like, I have to control everything. I really don't. I don't want to do any of this. There's just no one else to do it. And I've tried dealing with people who are, and I'm not talking about anybody specific because of the amount of volunteer work and the help. I'm not talking about anybody involved here. But I've tried dealing with people who are either volunteers or relatively new at things, and that didn't work. I've looked at hiring people who are extraordinarily competent at things, and they are used to working for people who have endless budgets, so they're just in that world. And Mobile says, I get all the help I want to. All I have to do is ask for it. And that's absolutely true. All I can tell you is this. This off camera here, when I started rearranging everything, it was just a catastrophe. It was just a disaster. And it was such a mess. And it was such a mess for so long that I would come in determined to clean it up, and I would just sit there and stare at it because it was so much of a mess that I honestly just couldn't begin because I just didn't have any idea where to begin. Place is spotless now. And the reason it's spotless is because I got Natasha to come in, and I said, I don't know what to do about this. And she just said, well, we'll start with this, we'll do this, and this, but over here, I was like, done. So, that's probably what I need. But in any event, when I say things like I'm going over the same ground 95% of the time. Great example of this would be that neon sign, which I love. It's exactly what I asked for. Fantastic. It's exactly what I asked for. It took me a long time to find somebody to get the logo, the font exactly right. I turn it on, and it's unreadably bright. I had not considered that aspect before. So I am. I got a lot to do, and I'm trying to get it done. And we're in kind of this bucket, you know. We're at the bottom of this financial bucket, and basically what it comes down to is, I am hoping that by continuing to have to do all this stuff by myself because I have no alternative, we will start putting out content that's good enough to rise our membership levels up, so we can start hiring people. And I can delegate to my heart's content. If I could run this whole thing while I'm sitting on a beach drinking margaritas, I would not be adverse to that idea at all. Anyway, we'll see. So this is the end of a it's in the top 1 percentile. We're coming up on 3 hours and 50 minutes. Fun show, and great show, and great feedback as always. As always, learned a bunch of things from a bunch of fine people, and learned, sharpened a lot of things that I use on my own, and so on. We will do, I haven't got it confirmed yet, Astronerd, but I do think that if a bunch of people are going to go watch the eclipse, we might as well all go watch it in the same place. I don't know how to pull that off exactly yet, because I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to be, but I will get this resolved very quickly. So what I certainly wanted to say was Merry Christmas to everybody out there. I don't want to commit to this because I haven't chatted with either of these guys. We recorded our right angles on Tuesday, and I guess it didn't dawn on any of us that we wouldn't be shooting again until after Christmas. So I'm going to send him a quick little message and see. Spray neon sign with snow in a can. I hope it doesn't diffuse it too much, but there are some options. I'll check. It might be possible to. The things are. It's not actual neon. It's like a kind of a LED kind of thing. I might be able to lower the power to it. We'll see. In any event, look. First of all, Merry Christmas to everybody, and thanks for keeping us around for another year, as always. And I am so anxious to get onto the new stuff. There are still parts of the website that need tinkering with, but I just love it, and I look at it and I just think this is great, and all the new stuff on there is just really exciting. So. 2023 started on New Year's Eve with me basically sending out an email saying we got to just stop everything we're doing because we're just going down. So 2023 was a year of hard learned lessons, and those aren't fun, but they're necessary, and we're still here. So now it's time to cash in on some of this experience and start getting some interesting stuff out there. I want to work on this stuff in the major mathematics. I want to work on all of it. But I've got the next 10 days to be pretty much in full-on behind-the-scenes maintenance mode and stuff like that. And once I've delivered the script and we get this new content out there and stuff and rolling, I would really like to do, I'm going to do, this has got nothing to do with work, so this is not a bill promise. This is on the contrary. I am going to, I was flying DCS twice since August with my friend Phil. And when I get to the point where I can have some free time, I want to do a DCS squadron where we will take anybody who's got even basic fundamentals of flight sims, and we'll just train everybody up to the same level. We'll just go out there and get better, and we'll just do missions a couple nights a week, and so on. Bobo says you never edit a live website. I knew that. I knew that for 10 or 15 years. And I thought that the person that I hired, who's a professional, would have known that too. But the very first thing I find out is that they're messing with the website live, and I had to say, what is happening here? This is a person with 27 5-star reviews on Fiverr. So this is the kind of thing we're talking about. Anyway, if you're interested in flight sim in 2024, we're going to take it seriously, but we're also going to take it seriously from the point of view where we will teach you how to do everything. We'll teach you how to land this thing on runways. We'll teach formation flying, and we'll just keep building up. And it'll be a social event, but we'll take it seriously, so we can all pretend to be steely-eyed missilemen that we wanted to be. And it ain't over till it's over. Merry Christmas to everybody. We will see you next Thursday here for next week's Stratosphere Lounge. Monday is Christmas, right? Monday. I think chances are pretty high that we will not be doing Stratosphere Studio either. I'm going to see if I can get Stephen Scott to call and do a quick Christmas message show, but we'll see. Anyway, Merry Christmas to everybody. It's a fun night, interesting day yesterday, and things are actually happening, believe it or not. So we're getting there. And especially don't let, my final Christmas message for you would be, don't let these small-minded control freak weenies ruin something eternal and beautiful, because they can't. All they can do is make you. All they can do is ruin your enjoyment of it. They can't ruin it. They can convince you to ruin it for yourself. Don't let them do it. Don't let them ruin Christmas. Don't let them ruin America. It's all they've got is convincing us that it's all over to give up, and it's not. It's not. We have truth and eternity and beauty and wisdom on our side, and civilization, all the rest of it, and they're just a bunch of wankers. So, Merry Christmas to all of you. Don't let them get you down. I'm not letting them get me down. And we will see you next Thursday right here on your very own Stratosphere Lounge. And hooray! We don't need this anymore. We can just go pretty much directly to that one. Okay, YouTube, thanks for joining us. Great to see you guys. Merry Christmas to everybody. And we'll see you soon. Okay, bye-bye. I said bye-bye.